Welcome everybody. It's good to see a full gallery. It's keeping us warm and keeping us very interested, so welcome. Great to have you here. And Joseph Tobacco, our newest director. Welcome, Joseph, to your first council. It's good to have you. You've already made a name for yourself, I see there. So welcome, Joseph. But also, before we start, I'd like to welcome previous councillor and now the member for Bundoora, Colin Brooks. Welcome, Colin. It's good to have you back in our chamber. It's good to see you take such a good interest in council affairs, so welcome. I'll open the meeting at 7 p.m. and I'll pass to our Chief Executive Officer, Alison Beckwith, who will read out the formalities. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome everyone to our Ordinary Council meeting for the 20th of May. My name is Alison Beckwith and I'm the Chief Executive Officer here at Banyule. Tonight's meeting is being held in person in accordance with the provisions of Council's governance rules and the Local Government Act 2020. The meeting is also being live streamed via Council's website and Facebook page. The live stream is not interactive, so those at home, any comments or private messages directed to us while the stream is live will not be presented to the Council group or have any bearing on tonight's meeting. Council's request to speak methods continue to allow participation of our residents without having to attend the meeting in person. I'll just take you through some rules of our participation. Public question time will occur at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. If a member of the public who submitted a question is present, they are welcome to read their question as submitted or have the question read out on their behalf by a member of staff. If you are not present at that time in the meeting, the question will not be read out. All public questions and the answers will be included in the meeting minutes following tonight's meeting. I just remind you all that no statement may be derogatory, defamatory or directed to an individual councillor, member of staff, ratepayer or member of the public. A 2-minute time limit does apply to all of those requesting to speak tonight, and a timer will be used and a warning will sound at the 1.5 minute mark. And we ask that you do sum up for the last 30 seconds, or if indeed being read out by an officer, they will start to sum up on your behalf. We ask that members of the gallery please check their phones and ensure that they're either switched off or in silent mode to avoid disruptions to tonight's meeting. I'd also like to remind everyone that is in the gallery that Council has a zero tolerance for any form of bullying, harassment or violence. Everyone present in the gallery, community members, member of Council staff and councillors are expected to respect the individual views of others, irrespective of their own views, and respectfully participate in the Council meeting tonight. I'd also ask any members in tonight's gallery, if you are departing tonight's meeting while the meeting is still in progress, we do ask that you don't hold conversations just out in the foyer or actually downstairs. Heritage Building, the noise does reverberate up and affect our live stream at home. So we do ask that you hold your conversations outside the building tonight, and we thank you in advance for that. I'll now introduce the councillors in attendance for tonight's meeting, and I'll start to my left, Councillor Peter Castaldo, Councillor Fiona Mitsonikos, Councillor Peter Demorellos and Councillor Alison Champion. And to my right I have the Mayor, Councillor Tom Melican, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rick Garotti, Councillor Alida McKern, Councillor Elizabeth Neely and Councillor Mark Di Pasquale. We're also joined this evening by the Council Executive Team. So over on my left, Mark Gilio, Director of Corporate Services. We also have to my right Joseph Tobacco, Director of Community Wellbeing, Darren Bennett, Director of Assets and City Services, and Julian Harvey, Acting Director of City Development. Also helping the council group tonight is our governance team and IT team, ensuring that the meeting runs smoothly. We thank you for participating in tonight's meeting, and I'll hand back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll note there are no apologies tonight. There is a leave of absence I have put in for a leave of absence, and I'll ask Councillor Garotti to take over while I leave the room because I have a material conflict of interest in that. Lucky we've got a very good CEO, and considering what's on the agenda tonight, I'm very remiss of me, and I do apologise most sincerely. I have not acknowledged the traditional custodians. This meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people, and on behalf of Banyule City Council, I wish to acknowledge them as the traditional custodians. I would like to pay my respects to the Wurundjeri Wurrung past, present and emerging, and to acknowledge other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders that are here today. So I'm very sorry, got myself a bit excited there, I think. And our diversity statement. Our community is made up of diverse cultures, beliefs, abilities, bodies, sexualities, ages and genders. We are committed to access, equity, participation and the rights of everyone. Principles that empower, foster harmony and increase the well-being of an inclusive community. I would like to now hand over to Councillor Grotti, Deputy Mayor, who will conduct the leave of absence request. Thank you.
Councillors, I know that the Mayor, Councillor Malikan, is seeking a leave of absence from Council, and as a consequence he's had to vacate the chair because of a material conflict of interest, and that's why I've stepped over. Council, it's important for you to note that the Council must accept any reasonable request of leave under the Local Government Act 2020. I know Councillor Malikan has already declared a conflict of interest regarding the leave of absence. I'm now seeking a motion from Council to grant Mayor Councillor Malikan a leave of absence. Can I please have a councillor move? Moved Councillor De Morales and seconded Councillor Mitsonikos. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Thank you, and we can call the Mayor back in.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. That was approved, I take it? No, thank you. We'll move on to the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 29th of April. Can I please have a councillor to move and second? Move Councillor Neely, seconded Councillor Mitsonikos. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. Disclosure of interest. As a requirement of the Local Government Act, councillors must declare a conflict of interest at the start of the meeting. Councillors are required to leave the meeting or return when that item has been resolved. Are there any councillors who have a general or material conflict of interest? Councillor De Morales, could you please advise what that interest is?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a material conflict of interest with item 7.2, Charlesworth Park proposed lease.
Thank you very much. That will be later in the agenda, so at that time you'll leave the room. Disclosure of interest from staff. Are there any conflicts from staff? There are none. Urgent items of business. There are no urgent items of business. There is one petition, public toilets to be installed at Diamond Village Shopping Centre, Watsoni. There is one speaker, Long Hong Bo. Welcome. She was here before. Welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak about your petition if you would like it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to put our case in request for the council to install a public toilet in Diamond Village Shopping Centre. Our community is blessed with a diverse range of people who care for the area. Watsoni is a mixture of single, young couple, family, senior and veteran. The common thing we all share is the love for the area and its community. The council role is to provide base amenity for the community. Why do we need a public toilet? Imagine a young child play on the playground, need the use of the toilet. Where can they go? I mean, I'm a community pharmacist in the area, and I come to work to do paperwork on Sunday where my pharmacy is closed. Each week, I got 3 or 4 knocks at the door. A young child urgently needs to go to the toilet and can't find any toilet around the area. So it's unsafe, but I have to open the pharmacy to bring the child into the pharmacy to let them use my toilet inside. So the danger of opening the toilet by myself in the pharmacy, but at the end, as a human, as a mother, I have to do it. So just imagine that. What about our senior citizen? Sometimes certain medication cause them to require to use the toilet urgently. Where can they go? One of the stories is one day I come to work. I saw one of my customers, elderly, sit on the bench in tears. I thought that something quite wrong with the family. I come and ask her out of concern. She told me that she needs to go to the toilet urgently, and she can't control her bladder, and she got an accident. And there are no public toilet in Diamond Village Shopping Centre. There are toilet there, however, it is unsafe, unfriendly to the disabled. Amount of time we have to run to the toilet to save elderly who fall down on the floor or got locked themselves in the toilet. Luckily, someone see them, come to the pharmacy and ask them to come and help them. Just imagine, no one noticed them. They locked inside there on the ground. And sometimes we have to phone the ambulance to come and help them out.
Would you mind summing up? The time's
Yeah, okay.
expired. Thank you.
You want to see people lose their dignity? We live in a caring community. Do we allow this to happening? How do you feel it is your child or your parent? Please, councillor, come on, politician, do not take away our elder dignity. Do not take our younger self-confidence away from them. They are our future generation. Please install the public toilet in Diamond Village urgently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from councillors? I look for a councillor to move a motion. Councillor Grotti.
Just one question, if I may, Mayor, and possibly of the Speaker, if that's okay. But was the Speaker aware that, and come forward, was the Speaker aware that Council underwent an extensive process around the budget consultation, and we received submissions from the community? I don't recall one regarding the toilet, but perhaps that's a learning for Council around promoting the budget process. Were you aware that there was a submission process?
No, I'm not aware of it. I mean, I'm aware that Rosanna, McLeod, or Sonia Road, everywhere else, there are shopping centre, there are public toilet around there. But Diamond Village hasn't had been public toilet. The playground across the road being built up in the last few years. And to be honest with you, last Saturday, I'm working after work at 1 p.m. I went outside and have a look at that playground. There are about 100 children and parents using that playground. So where is it, if they need the toilet, where is the toilet they can go to? And at the moment, there are budget to close up the car park in front of all the shopping for invite community to come and spend their time there, sit to be there, and everything like that. The council used that money to create that area, but where the public toilet, if someone needs it. There are market one Saturday every month, and about 200 or 300 market community come and attend that market. Every Saturday, at least 10 or 20 people come and ask, where did the toilet in this area? Nothing.
Thank you.
So it really urgently for the toilet, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of the Speaker. Speaker, yes, your question.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the appropriate director. We do have a public toilet prioritisation plan for the City of Banyule, and all toilets and lack thereof have been assessed for their importance on a number of criteria for replacement or for construction in the first place. I'd just like to ask the director where the site in question sits in relation to our prioritisation plan for public toilets. Thank you, Mayor.
Through you, Mayor. There was a public toilet plan which was adopted in December 2023. And that plan has a recommendation in there and an action to investigate the opportunity of making the Diamond Village Shopping Centre toilets accessible for the community. So that's a short-term action in that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I look for a councillor to move a motion. Move Councillor Garotti, Councillor De Pasquale, sorry, and seconded Councillor Neely. Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you very much to our speaker this evening. Put your case forward very well, and on behalf of the community down there. Also, thank you very much to the over 600 petitioners or the signatures. It really does tell us that the community down there at Diamond Village are engaged. Now, with regards to the public toilet, or a public toilet at Diamond Village had a public toilet many years ago. Back in the times when Vic Roads had their offices there, there's the toilet block which is right next to the old Vic Roads office that was there. Unfortunately, when Vic Roads closed down, that public toilet was then, I've been trying to work out what happened, but it was gifted to the Traders Association, or to the traders, by council. And up until probably a couple of years ago, the traders were trying to manage opening and closing of those toilets so the public could use it. Before COVID, there was a cafe there called Cruise Lounge, who they were allowed to, or they were helping people use that facility. So when they were open, the toilets would be open. When they were closed, they would close it as well. And they were keeping it tidy and clean also. So the problem we have there, though, is that the public toilet had not been kept in council's hands. So unlike the McLeod toilet, which is now getting done, unlike other public toilets now which have the green tick to get done, the Diamond Village Shopping Centre public toilet had been gifted to the traders. So that's why it needed the public toilet strategy to investigate whether there was a need. There's a clear need, over 600 signatures. The public toilet strategy said it is a priority as well, so we just need to work out how it's going to function. As part of the development of the old Vic Roads offices, there was a planning application that was approved of apartments there, which haven't been built yet. But as part of that, I was trying to get that, as part of that development, trying to get a new toilet facility built and functional for the community. So I've been trying a couple of things down there. I think this will just bring up to the forefront how much of a need there is. If something can be done in the short term, let's have the officers look at that, and in the longer term, let's see what we can do for a permanent public toilet facility. With regards to public toilet facilities, I think it's very appropriate, and thank you very much for your support. Local member Colin Brooks is here this evening. Thank you for supplying your support. You've supported the Diamond Village recently with regards to a grant, and that has improved the shopping centre there, and also just across the road with Greensborough College, all the monies that have been invested for the community in those areas. And also the public park, which is there now. This is the final piece of the puzzle. So we'll see how this goes forward with regards to how officers over the next few months. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, it's a lot of work getting a petition together, and thank you to Lan Huang for organising that and getting the community behind it. We receive lots of petitions on council. This is a genuine petition, and we've had lots of examples of where these petitions have moved things along. But yeah, thank you to Lan for bringing this to us. And tonight's about accepting the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. So thank you for your input, and thank you for the work you do in your neighbourhood and supporting the community. Well done. We'll ask now for someone to move a procedural motion that we change the order of the council meeting. Could someone please move? If we could have that motion on the screen, please. Someone move the motion we haven't seen yet, please. Move Councillor Neely, seconded Councillor Champion. Basically, the motion is to bring forward the self-determination strategy, and the second motion to come forward is the Charlesworth Park, so that as much as we've enjoyed your company, we don't expect you to stay for the full meeting. So there is the strategy that Councillor Neely has moved and has been seconded by Councillor Champion. All those in favour? That is carried. So we'll move on to item 4.1. The draft Aboriginal self-determination strategy. We have three speakers, sorry. The first is Robert Stringer from Reconciliation Banyule. Welcome, Robert. It's nice to see you again.
On behalf of the Banyule Reconciliation Committee to support the Banyule Council to pass the Victorian Aboriginal and Local Government Strategy so as to better meet the needs of Aboriginal people living in the council area. In doing so, we acknowledge that Aboriginal self-determination is a human right enshrined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and that the Victorian Aboriginal and Local Government Strategy process has been developed in consultation with representatives of the Aboriginal people of Victoria. The strategy prioritises culture, addresses trauma, supports healing, addresses racism, promotes cultural safety, and seeks to transfer power and resources to Aboriginal communities. We support the Banyule Council in this vital and practical way. The plan needs to be passed, and in being passed, it must be well resourced if it is to deliver all the outcomes that are contained in this policy strategy. We hope that the Council will implement the shared decision-making process contained in the report in a way that does justice through genuine listening, caring, trust, truth-telling, and fostering respect in such a way that is consistent with Aboriginal priorities and outcomes, and accountable primarily to the Aboriginal community. Reconciliation Banyule Group and the wider Aboriginal community in Victoria will be monitoring its progress. And the Council, in adopting this plan, will continue to be a leader amongst local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Shelley Ware. Welcome, Shelley. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, council members. My name is Shelley Ware and I'm a proud Yankunytjatjara Wirrungurrungutha woman from South Australia, where I was raised by my people to create a better future for our next generations, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here tonight. I've been living in Greensborough in the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung lands for the past 25 years, and I pay my respects to their elders and thank them for caring for this beautiful country. I'm a member of the Banyule RAP Committee, and I want to share why I believe the council should adopt the Aboriginal Self-Determination Strategy, a 7-year plan to support self-determination and connection within the wider community, allowing us to celebrate the beauty within Aboriginal culture together while working towards true reconciliation. This council has a strong history of supporting and committing to Aboriginal self-determination, and I see this plan as the next step forward. I wanted to share some words from our chairperson of the Banyule RAP Committee, Maddie Miller, who couldn't be here tonight to speak. This plan is an important and significant step forward on the path we walk together towards reconciliation, healing and truth. It is a convergence of the advocacy of our community and allies over many years, and the government and the commitment of this council that made us support the Uluru Statement and the principles of truth and self-determination. These are the sentiments shared by all of our RAP committee. This plan will put us ahead of many other councils and will hold us in good stead when it is inevitable treaty negotiations take place. It aligns with the council's 6 priorities It will add value and enhance the Council's ongoing work, providing a cultural framework that will benefit everyone's connection to the oldest surviving living culture in the world. Through this plan, we can do more, as it prioritises culture, connection to country and community. We'll be able to address trauma and support healing, address racism head-on, promote cultural safety and transfer decision-making, power and resources to community. We'll be able to be involved in our own health and wellbeing outcomes, including our economic wellbeing, and be able to work closely, truthfully and respectfully with Council to create a safe, strong future for all First Nations people in this beautiful community I call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. That was lovely. And our third speaker is Uncle Charles Pakenham. Welcome, Charles. It's lovely to see you.
I first of all acknowledge that I am here today on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country, sovereign country, and country over which sovereignty has never been ceded. I'm sure that everyone here tonight has witnessed a welcome to country. It's a ceremony that puts aside any past grievances. It is an expression of peace and collaboration. It welcomes us all to share in and care for the land on which we stand. In advocating for this strategy tonight, I assure everyone here that precisely that same expression of peace and collaboration is at the very heart of this document. We are not here tonight asking for unfair advantages over others in our community. We are not here tonight seeking compensation or reparation in any form. Importantly, for these people here tonight who will vote on this, we are not here tonight seeking our politicians be brave or courageous in voting yes. We simply ask that you let this document stand on its own merits within the community. Afford us the opportunity to share with the broader Branyul community those hopes and aspirations we have put forward, all of which we believe wholeheartedly will contribute to a better Banyul for all. Afford us the opportunity to work alongside Council, staff and elected officials all, to truly enrich and benefit this community of which we should and can all be proud. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Charles. Are there any questions from councillors? I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Move Councillor Castaldo, seconded Councillor Neely. Comment?
I'd just like to thank everyone that's here tonight for this item. I didn't see a lot of you in the audience. I'd like to thank those that spoke tonight and all those that have been on the journey that has led up to today. Today we are receiving a draft important strategy, the third strategy I've seen in 8 years, that is a new step that we're going to elevate our working with our Indigenous community locally. And for once, I feel like we're not a council trying to catch up. We're one that's at the front, pushing forward for important matters, giving the voice to our community, working with them in a way that I'm truly proud. And this doesn't just happen because a few people got together. It's been a tremendous amount of work, both inside the council, council staff. It's been tremendous work on the committee, the RAP committee. It's been tremendous work amongst councillors getting involved in this process, and the broader community that informs all those that are representing them in the places where these discussions are happening. So I'd like to thank everyone for the great work that's happened until today. I'm looking forward to the community, the broader community now, having a look at this document. I think It's a document, as our Uncle Charles spoke about, it's not something we need to be brave about. It's just a sensible, logical sequences of steps to build a better reconciliation amongst our First Nations people and everyone else in our community, and we'll be richer for it. So I'm really happy to receive this tonight, and I'm really happy to see all of the community responses that come back to us as we go through the draft and hopefully adopt a beautiful strategy that takes us forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Second to like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Just as our speakers, Uncle Charles, Shelley and Robert mentioned, this is about a strategic approach, a practical approach to supporting Aboriginal self-determination. I like the word embedding, and it's about embedding and caring for country principles across council directorates. Sometimes we work in independent areas and we need to talk to each other a whole lot more. It's also about celebrating and providing opportunities to enhance First Nations inclusion. I'd like to thank Council's RAP Committee also for all of their work. And I would like to mention a few names: Uncle Charles, Uncle Owen, Maddie, Tom, Sue, Catherine, Shelley, Wally, from Council Blair, Georgie and Zali in particular for all their hard work. Councillor De Moralis and Castaldo and their support as councillors on the committee has been invaluable, and everyone's work's been invaluable, particularly on the leadership that they have demonstrated in this space. The work has evolved and takes a lot of time to implement. And I'd also like to even thank previous councillors who have supported this journey, not knowing who they are, particularly because changes in government can change the direction of policies. And, you know, it's good to see that Banyul's been on a real steady pathway to advancing self-determination. So, partnerships and sharing in the decision making, fairness, working towards a mutually beneficial situation, and is really important. And if we work together and well in this space, the progress will benefit everybody and the council community. So, thank you, Mayor. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Garotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, it's a comprehensive strategy, but sitting underneath the strategy is perhaps even a more comprehensive and detailed action plan. And one of the assurances that we've sought from the CEO as councillors is to make sure that we can deliver upon that. And we've received the assurance that we can, that the resourcing's there, that the directors are geared up to deliver upon that. Because one thing that we're very conscious of as a council is that you don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, particularly with our Aboriginal community. So if there's a strategy there, if there's an action plan there, we're obligated to follow through and deliver. And I think we can say that if this is adopted in final form, you have that commitment from us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the comment. Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. Council is being asked to endorse this draft strategy for community consultations, so we councillors will want to know what you think of the strategy. Advancing self-determination means Aboriginal Victorians can make decisions about matters affecting their lives and their communities. That's my understanding of the essence of it. And a lot of work has gone into this. We've heard from fellow councillors. I will be looking to support this for endorsement for community consultation so that I know what our community thinks about this framework. I think it's also important to underscore that this framework is based on a state framework. We're not working alone here. We are working in conjunction with state government, but we have tailored it for our local conditions. I just too want to mention that recently I attended the Banyul Aboriginal Gathering Place, Barnum Beak. Thank you, Mayor. Barnum Beak in West Heidelberg for the launch of a new community partnership between Barnum Beak and Metro Trains for a new position that will be at the centre that will be funded by Metro Trains. And There was talk about the need for cultural respect as part of this self-determination strategy, which is a key pillar. I just want to make it known that it is important when we're talking about cultural respect that we should all feel equally proud of the many and varied cultures that make up this country, make up this multicultural city. And as Uncle Charles has said, this draft strategy welcomes all of us to care for the land in a peaceful and collaborative way. And I think we should all be proud of the cultures we bring to making this country what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Before I put it to the vote, sorry, Councillor De Moralis.
No, I don't want to say much because it's been said pretty well, but I did just want to say that, you know, I know Liz touched on it, but also past councillors, council officers that helped, especially with the RAP committee and the policy before, that was very much geared by that. And this very much does address that concern, whether it is a Indigenous person in council or not, that voice is still heard, and it's embedding it with it. So I do look forward to hearing the community's voice. I know that council is joining on with a lot of corporate enterprises that are starting to listen, and Banyule was one of the, I believe 60% voted yes. So it does align with what our community wants. So congratulations and good work to everyone that's put this draft together.
Thank you. Further comments? I know I've heard a lot, but I'll just say a few words. I know, as Councillor De Moralis said, the voice was very well supported in Banyule. We were very proud to say that as a community, we supported the voice wholeheartedly. And I'm speaking to First Nations people. They see the loss of the voice as a bump in the road. They believe that true reconciliation and treaty is an irresistible force that will just proceed and will be achieved. And this country will be better off if that happens. And we have much to learn from our First Nations people. 60,000 years, not only the longest living, the most successful. They managed this country, they managed themselves in a manner that was sustainable and would have continued forever for the first arrival of the First Fleet. And given what's happened since the arrival of the First Fleet, their resilience is astounding. The fact that all those things have happened, and yet, as a culture, they still welcome us to their country. You imagine if every country in the world, that part of when strangers arrive, they have a ceremony to say, welcome to our land, these are our rules, you respect our rules, you respect our land, you can stay. Compare that to the way we treat strangers. So that's why we have so much to learn from this culture. And I'd also like to thank Reconciliation Banyule for their work over many, many years. I know they've worked incredibly hard and continue to do that. So the treaty is the end goal. And I think once we achieve that and we can live together with our First Nations people, then we'll all be better off. So very proud of this council to achieving this. Very, very proud of our staff who have got us to this stage, and I'll be fully supporting this tonight. Thank you. So I'll put that, all those in favour? That is carried. So I'll give a minute to people if you'd like to leave or you want to hang around for a bit longer. You're well. You are welcome to stay. Thank you. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Charles. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sue. Bye, Sue. Bye-bye. Bye, Jane. Bye, Taryn. Go on, I'm glad we moved it forward. Thanks, Mary. Yep, you told me about it. So if people out in the foyer would like to move in, that'd be Lovely. Welcome, Michelle. Nice to see you. Thank you. We'll move on to item 7.2. Councillor Demirels has declared a conflict of interest and will like to leave the chamber whilst the matter is decided.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I have to declare my conflict again?
Yes, please.
Yep. So my material conflict of interest is I have a child that attends a school, so therefore I cannot vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I would note that we did have several requests to speak to this item, but the last council meeting we received submissions on this proposal, so therefore there'll be no public submissions at this stage. So there is a report before us. I'd like to call for a motion, please.
Sorry, Mayor, just before that I had one question.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's appropriate, of the Chief Executive, but just in regard to item 1C in the first bullet point, a reference is made about a minimum $14 million capital spend for redevelopment and construction of the pavilions. And my question is just seeking a confirmation on behalf of the council and our community around how tight the lease is. And we know that the costs of construction are escalating, and whether there is a risk in the future that a shortfall will have to be made up by this council through budget. Seeking feedback on that question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you, the lease is tight and council is under no obligation to put in any capital funding. The agreement for lease has Ivanhoe Grammar, if council resolves, as the tenant and they have the sole responsibility for the design and construction. It refers to a minimum capital spend of 14, so I'll emphasise the word minimum. So if costs are higher, it is at the grammar school's expense. It also highlights the terms of carrying out the work and talks about timelines that it has to be delivered in, when it has to be commenced by and when it has to be finished. And it also establishes some parameters where we would establish a project steering group with the school leading that, but with council officers sitting on it. So we would actually sit a project manager on that from our own capital works team to ensure that progress timelines and construction quality and updates are to our requirements on behalf of the community asset that's being built. The clause does stipulate, the lease does stipulate a number of clauses that does allow council to terminate the lease if any provisions in the lease are not adhered to. So there's re-entry determinations and essential terms that would be highlighted through a resolution of council that must be met, and there's provisions for us to enact termination if we chose to at any point. I hope that answers your question.
So to confirm, CEO, the costs of pavilions came in at 16 million, 17 million, the school would bear those costs?
Under the clauses of the lease, yes.
Any further questions? I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Councillor McKern. McKern, you have an alternate motion. Would you like to read your alternate motion?
I will. Could take some time, so please bear with me, everyone. That the alternative motion reads as such. Point 2, that the term of the new lease is 20 years with options for 2 by 10 years. Point 3, makes provisions in the lease relating to traffic management and associated plans that includes the following requirements. For Ivanhoe Grammar School, known as IGS, to undertake the repair of all potholes and road surface damage in Irvine Road, southwest of the gate, B, the preparation of a traffic management plan in partnership with Council, which details but is not committed to the current vehicle parking and pedestrian access to Chelsworth Park, the improvements that can be made to vehicle parking, including accessible parking and pedestrian access to Chelsworth Park, the provision of additional parking bays along the boulevard and Irvine Road with additional pedestrian access to the parking as required, upgrade to existing parking and road surfaces, parking restrictions, emergency service vehicle access, bus drop-off and pick-up locations and bus parking locations. C, a contribution of $150,000 is made by IGS towards the preparation of the traffic management plan as required in item B and the implementation of its recommendations. 4, a design principle of the pavilion that seeks opportunities for the inclusion of educational and community information regarding the significance of the site and its setting, including highlighting First Nations contribution to the area, showcasing the area's natural biodiversity, the Birrarung and its habitat value, celebrating built heritage through the architectural significance of the Graham Gunn Pavilion. A, these elements could be integrated through features such as seating, information or interpretive signage, public art or gardens, which could be accessible and enjoyable for the community and suitably located near the public toilet area. And B, to ensure consideration of the above inclusions, that the following clause be inserted in the agreement for lease prior to lodging an application for a planning permit. IGS agrees to provide to Council's Chief Executive Officer a copy of the proposed application, including plans for approval on behalf of Council in its capacity as landlord, but not as responsible authority under the Planning and Environment Act of 1987, which approval shall not unreasonably be withheld or delayed and may be given on conditions. Point 5. Prior to the commencement of any works, including demolition, approved under the planning permit, a detailed archival photographic record of the Graham Gunn Pavilion is to be prepared in recognition of the pavilion's heritage status and citation award from the Royal Australian Institute of Architects. The record must be deposited with the State Library of Victoria and other organisations that may have an interest, such as the Heidelberg Historical Society. In addition, the following actions must be completed prior to the completion and occupation of the development. The erection of a plaque at the site of the pavilion in acknowledgement of its heritage significance, and B, the exhibition of an interpretive display detailing the story of the Graham Gunn Pavilion in the community space. Point 6, that the sinking fund be retained in the lease at $12,000 per year, indexed at CPI. Council to manage the sinking fund for minor capital works to the grounds such as park benches and bollards. Point 7 includes as part of the lease that IGS contributes $100,000 each year to the Banyule Community Fund for the full term of the lease. And point 8, continue negotiation with the Ivanhoe Grammar School with regards to community access to the pedestrian footpath connecting Merton Street to Russell Street, known as Central Pathway. And the remaining points as per the officer's recommendation.
Moved, Councillor McKern, seconded.
Yeah, I'll second to enable Councillor McKern to speak to her item.
Thank you. Councillor McKern.
I'd like to thank everyone who submitted their feedback on the proposed new lease with Ivanhoe Grammar School for Chelsworth Park. I've read all the submissions and emails, and I've heard your arguments for and against a new 40-year lease and what it entails. Please know that I do support the benefits of community sport. I supported the adoption of the Ivanhoe Sports Precinct Plan, which endorses support for the development of sports pavilions at Chelsworth Park to meet contemporary standards, including female change rooms. And I support provision of sports pavilions to meet current standards. In principle, what I don't support is private enterprise managing this important public asset. Chelsworth Park is an outstanding shining jewel in the crown of Banyul's public open space. I believe the proposed lease represents an enormous community sacrifice. Council is highly experienced and competent at delivering on infrastructure projects like sports pavilions and managing large areas of public open space. Why? Because we are obligated to do so. It is the Council's job. However, the attraction of freeing up council funds to other council services and facilities was indeed realised when council signed a new 20-year lease with 2-by-5-year options with Ivanhoe Grammar in 2014. I cannot support the 40-year lease as recommended by the officers. 2,300 new residents are proposed for Ivanhoe in the next 16 years, many of whom will be residents living in townhouse or apartment accommodation, and they will need access to unstructured and recreational exercise, dog walking and socialising in this open space, as well as access to organised sport. The 40-year lease covers 2 generations and can't forecast the changing requirements that will be needed. As a guide, the Ivanhoe Sports Precinct Plan is a 10-year plan. I've discussed this conundrum with our council leadership team, and I understand the allure of private enterprise funding, however, and appreciate that it is likely to be supported. I trust that our community will appreciate that resolving this matter for a fair and balanced outcome has proven a particularly difficult task, and that's why I've presented the alternative recommendations here, the alternative motion, to try and capture as many of your suggestions and desires for this very important site. I do my sincere best and will continue to do so to support balanced outcomes in the interests of all our Banyule community. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Would further speakers like to speak? Councillor Grady.
Mayor, I won't speak to it and I won't be supporting the alternative, but I thought it was very important to give Councillor McKern, on behalf of her community, the opportunity to put that forward to the community. And well done to the councillor for doing that. I do understand that if this motion's not supported, that there is another recommendation that will be tabled before the council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak, or would we like to vote on this? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, it seems to me these proposed changes are going to get in the way of the sporting clubs doing what they do best, the school contributing to the community and then having use to these sporting facilities as well, and then also the community at large being able to also use these facilities as well. I mean, with regards to what's proposed, decreasing the terms of the lease, the timeframes, there was a heads of agreement that was entered into, and that's what the process, fairly and squarely, the negotiations were put on the table, and that's where we got the dollar figures and how it would actually function. With regards to a sinking fund, there's no way that these parklands aren't going to be kept up to, amazing standards for the community and also for all users. I believe the Banyule Community Fund, a contribution to the Banyule Community Fund, that's not what the Banyule Community Fund was started for. It wasn't started for, organisations to contribute funds to that. It was actually started for community members to donate to a fund that could go back to the community, whether it be bequeaths or, those types of things, not necessarily setting up the community fund to be taking in dollars from developments and, this is not what it was created for. So, I just think it's too much of a stretch from the original negotiations, and I'm not comfortable at all supporting it tonight, so I won't be, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, this is part of a long journey, one of the 3 steps in considering the new lease and moving forward with some major infrastructure. It's an important item for a lot of people, and we all as a council group, all 9 of us, voted for an in-principle approach to moving forward to deliver important facilities for our community, and that's through the heads of agreement. Now, I agree with much of the bits and pieces that were put in the report and also some of the amendments put forward by Aleta McKern, but I can't support it in full because I think I haven't heard the feedback to justify some of those components. So I will not be able to support it in its current form.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour?
With all due respect, Mayor, I'm just wondering what sort of form Councillor Castaldo would be able to support. Are there points that he might accept?
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. That's not necessarily an appropriate question that a councillor should be asking another councillor. There's room for debate. We get to speak on the item and then we'll be making a decision.
I agree with that point of order. We can't be debating it out here. We need to be looking at motions and voting on motions. So I'll look for right of reply, Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the lease, I felt that in terms of net community benefit, as I've mentioned, I don't believe it worked hard enough, and that was my proposal. I've heard a couple of councillors now refer to the heads of agreement and that we have a heads of agreement in place. The heads of agreement was never meant to be a defining document or some sort of unsigned contract. And if it was, I have to raise the question, why was community consultation done after the heads of agreement was endorsed by this council? Because if indeed the heads of agreement is what we are going to accept this lease on, then I have to question the validity of the community consultation. It should have been done before the heads of agreement was ever brought to this council if we're going to be bona fide about meaningful community consultation. And I also raise a question around the Banyule Community Fund and what my good colleague here questions it being for. The Banyule Community Fund was created to accept donations from all sorts of community sources, and it would be more than appropriate for a school to actually make those donations. Indeed, I might just get clarification from the Director of Community Wellbeing a bit more about our Banyule Community Fund, which, given that we have a full gallery tonight, Mayor, I think will be of interest to our community, and some of the urgent things that need to be funded through that fund at this point in Banyule. Thank you.
Before you answer that, have you finished your right of reply?
Sorry?
You've finished your right of reply?
Yes.
Would the Director not like to answer the question, please?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. The Banyule Community Fund was established in September of 2023. It's a not-profit fund which enables residents and businesses to make tax-deductible donations towards local needs. To date, the fund currently holds approximately $22,000. And Council's website lists all of the purposes that the fund can support, including a range of areas, as much as including arts and culture, climate change and environmental sustainability, community connections and inclusion, disability, emergency relief, environmental stability and response to climate change, food security, housing and homelessness, mental health support. Thank you, Mayor.
I might just ask another question, if that's okay, Mayor, of the Director. Could you point out to councillors here tonight, Director, just what the two most urgent areas of support the Banyule Community Fund could be contributing to in this city? At this point in time, we have a cost of living crisis. Can you speak to the two
Point
areas
of order, please, Mayor. The question, if the question is going to be directed, it should be directed through you, please. We have a councillor who's actually directing a question straight to an officer, which I think is inappropriate.
And I don't think the question is relevant to the item we're considering tonight, so I don't...
With all due respect, Mayor, I would like a response to my question.
As I said, I don't think the question's relevant to the item on the agenda tonight. Any other questions? I'll ask for a councillor to move a motion.
Well, we've had it moved and seconded. We're calling for the vote, Mayor.
Sorry. I'll put the motion as put by Councillor McKern. All those in favour? Against? That motion has failed. I'd look for a councillor to move alternate motion. Councillor Champion, would you like to move a motion?
On behalf of yourself, Mayor, move the third motion. Point 1 as is. Point 2 makes provisions in the lease relating to traffic management and associated plans that includes the following requirements. A, for Ivanhoe Grammar School to undertake the repair of all potholes and road surface damage in Irvine Road southwest of the gate. B, the preparation of a traffic management plan in partnership with Council which details but is not limited to the current vehicle parking and pedestrian access to Chelsworth Park, improvements that can be made to vehicle parking including accessible parking and pedestrian access to Chelsworth Park, the provision of additional parking bays along the Boulevard and Irvine Road with additional pedestrian access to the parking as required, upgrade to existing parking and road surfaces, parking restrictions, emergency service vehicle access, bus drop-off and pick-up locations and bus parking locations. C, contribution of $150,000 is made by Ivanhoe Grammar School towards the preparation of traffic management plan as required in item B and the implementation of its recommendations. Point 3, incorporate and consider community information and educational opportunities outside the pavilion that celebrate and recognise cultural heritage, environmental, Indigenous contributions and history, including acknowledgement of the significance of the Graham Gunn Pavilion. 4, continue negotiations with the Ivanhoe Grammar School with regard to community access to pedestrian footpath connecting Merton Street to Russell Street, Central Pathway, outside school hours. 5 as is, 6 as is, 7 as is, 8 as is. So moved on your behalf, Mayor.
And I will second that motion. As the mover, Councillor Champion, would you like to speak?
I won't speak on this item. Thank you for the offer, though.
Did any other councillor want to speak? Councillor Castaldi.
I'd just like to thank everyone for coming in tonight and those that have been involved in the consultation, not just for this step, but over the last 5 years that I have been across. We've been on a very long journey and the design has been dramatically changed as a result of consultation between stakeholders on the Chelsworth Park Reference Committee, the Ivanhoe Sports Precinct Plan, multiple community consultations, the school, community members, and it's all led towards the place we are today. And that's about 5 years that I've been familiar with. We've been on a long journey and a long-term relationship also with Ivanhoe Grammar on this site. With a heads of agreement, we have entered into a new significant stage with them in good faith in the spirit of good outcomes for the local and broader community and ratepayers of Banyule. $14 million of capital expenditure for the redevelopment and construction of 2 sports pavilions In a capital-constrained environment where we've got more than 50 million of capital works, we just can't even begin to start or put into our budget. There were 94 in support of the lease, 20 against, and since that day we've received a similar proportion, I would say, feedback. And and there was one quote that was sent, and I'm going to read it, by Karl Marx. If the Burgoyes are willing to fund something of value to the whole community, let them. I've made a significant effort to get to know this site in recent times, and it's a fantastic, welcoming place. Whether you're an old boy, old girl, someone that has no relationship with the school, a dog walker, it's a fantastic place for everyone. And I think we are engaging intentionally in a spirit and what all good relationships require is one of trust, respect, and not to drain everything out of the opposition until you can't get any more. And for those reasons, I'm supportive of the amendment as before us tonight. I'm hoping that the last step in the consultation to move us forward in this area, the permit application, the design of that responds to what the feedback will be at that stage. And I'll let that next step go forward. But I'm fully supportive of this second of the third steps to move forward.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. Whilst I've heard what my fellow councillors have said, I don't think that it's appreciated that this lease is not working hard enough for a net benefit for all our community. Yes, it ticks the boxes for the sporting community, which will leave very happy tonight should this motion be adopted by the councillor group, and it ticks the boxes for Ivanhoe Grammar School, but not enough for our community. I would like to see it work a lot harder. And the heads of agreement, as I said, if we were to invest this much into its significance, we should have done the community consultation before a heads of agreement. As has been pointed out, there is still another element to this process, and that is the planning permit application. I would like to think that if nothing else, the community actually has a say in the design of the buildings, because we were essentially presented two finished buildings, elevations of two finished buildings, and I think that given that it's public land, the public should have a much bigger say in what those buildings look like. And that's all for me tonight, but I'll be very disappointed should we decide to adopt these small concessions that don't go nearly far enough to meet the needs of our community.
Councillor Grotty, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I will be supporting this motion tonight, just to clarify that from the outset. I am actually inclined to agree with Councillor McKern regarding the process. Even myself, I'm surprised with how important the heads of agreement was, and the feedback that I've received from the Mayor and senior officers over the last couple of days, that everything had been agreed really through the heads of agreement. I must admit, I underappreciated that myself as a councillor, and I do feel that the community may have underappreciated that. And to a degree, I do believe that quite a lot of time and resource was invested in a consultation process that really hasn't responded or delivered much value. And as a Deputy Mayor, I do apologise to the community for that. I'm glad that the Chief Executive has confirmed tonight that it is a minimum of $14 million, because if I'm privileged to be back in this chair after October, I will not be accepting the school coming back here asking for more money. You're getting your lease, you're getting your pavilions, the clubs are going to be happy, but you deliver that now. And that is in the lease. And the Chief Executive, I keep confirming, has confirm that this evening. We will make sure that happens and is followed through. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mitzinikos.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, this item has been a hot topic for many years, and obviously the pavilions are outdated and not fit for purpose moving forward. We've heard from part of the community that that this redevelopment is long overdue. Banyule sporting clubs and the community benefit from inclusive, accessible sports infrastructure that also includes female-friendly facilities that support women playing in sport. I actually visited the site a few weeks ago and popped into the women's toilets, and I have to say that there's no way I'd feel comfortable going into those toilets or letting my daughter go into those toilets, or even my sons. And, you know, personally, I'm horrified to think that there's women and girls also changing the car parks. This strategic investment removes the huge capital expenditure off of council, and, you know, the $300,000 that would be, you know, a council expense for maintaining is now going to go somewhere else in Banyule. So, but I did actually have a question, because it's something that keeps popping up that I hear a lot about in emails, and it's just, through one of the relevant directors. Can the school lock out community groups from using the park, and what is in place to ensure that the facility is available for the current 9 sporting groups, but also for local groups who might need to use it as well? What system is in place, I guess, to make it fair for everybody?
Would the director like to respond to that question?
Thank you, and through the Mayor. The agreement to lease, which you're considering tonight, actually provides that there is no erection of any fences, that the facilities must be made available to members of the community in these sporting groups throughout the term of the lease.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just pass a few comments here. This is a good deal for the council, very good deal.
Sorry, Mayor, if other councillors would like to make comment as well.
Sorry, other councillors, would you like to speak? Stop fighting. Councillor De Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. If there are any representatives from Ivanhoe Grammar School here tonight, or listening at home or wherever you are, I must say you have been very, very patient over the years with regards to negotiating and dealing with, shall I say, council and council officers. Sometimes when I am and have been in discussions in the past, sometimes I shake my head and I really wonder how they've continued to continue to stay in the conversation with regards to wanting to deal with council. What it all boils down to is sometimes, and with a lot of major projects that this council has a history of completing and doing, it takes trust on behalf of other organisations to trust council that they're going to work in a business-like manner on behalf of the community with their best interest at heart, and do what they say, not continually change the goalposts. If we get a reputation of continually changing things and pushing harder, I think tonight went a little bit too far. We're not going to have organisations coming to us, or, you know, schools or businesses or whoever coming to us saying, hey, could we do something together? Now, this is a $14 million pavilion upgrade. We could not, or the community could not afford that. That's the bottom line. It could not afford that. Our most expensive pavilion, I think, is $2.2 million. When I first started on this council, our pavilions were in the range of $400,000 to $600,000. That's what we were doing rebuilds at.
Mayor, just a point of order. The council does have, I don't think it's correct to say that the council couldn't afford to do that. Perhaps the point needs to be reframed that council has other priorities, but a point of order on factual basis, the council has $100 million in funds.
Could you continue, please, Councillor De Pasquale?
Okay, I lost my train of thought now. I would not be making a decision to okay a $14 million pavilion upgrade, seeing that $2 million is the most we've spent on any pavilion through our municipality forever. So that's a huge, huge stretch. So what this does is, this benefits the school because the school is looking 100 years ahead. It needs to secure that area. It benefits the community because the community will have 40 years going forward of use, contribution, etc. And it benefits the clubs that use it. There are many, many clubs that use it, and they need these facilities, and they need them continually kept at certain standards, which I'm sure the school is going to be doing. So this has to go through the planning permit. From my perspective, let's just get on with it. I'm happy to okay this tonight, but we need the clubs to get on with it, we need the school to get on with it, and we need the community to get on with it. They can all work together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. As I was about to say, Councillor Neely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. There's a summary of the proposed terms and conditions and key amendments in the attachments. So there's been a thorough process. Public access to Charlesworth Park will be maintained. And I'd like to thank the residents who've reached out or have attended the community information sessions. That will not change. What will change is that the community will have an upgraded, accessible facility. For me, this addresses the inequity of access for women and girls at Charlesworth Park and providing adequate change facilities for women. We currently have a lease with Ivanhoe Grammar, and we have shared access of the use of Charlesworth Park for community and sport. The new lease maintains the shared access and addresses the new issues raised by residents. Though I do know, we all know as councillors, that aspects of this proposal doesn't sit well with everybody in full. As Councillor McKern has mentioned, Charlesworth Park is a significant community asset. It's valued for its natural community assets for everyone to share and enjoy the environment, not just sport, though it is very important to our sporting community. It was also mentioned that this process has taken a long time. Yes, it has taken a long time, but a big project and a big decision like this needs to be carefully considered. And as painful as that's been, I had to mention that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll make a few comments. This is a great deal for council. It's a great deal for the sporting clubs. It's a great deal for residents, and it's a great deal for the school. And I've heard a lot about the heads of agreement. This is about trust. We went out there with an offer to Ivanhoe Grammar. They've accepted our offer. I think it's trying to change it at the last minute is not acceptable. But we did hear what was the point of the consultation if we didn't listen. We did listen. The traffic and parking management was what we heard loud and clear through. We heard that there was be no fences, no additional fences. That's in the lease now. We heard that we wanted to recognise the First Nations and the environment and the gun building. That's in there now. We heard that we wanted to limit the hours of operation. That's in the lease now. But what we also heard was the vast majority supported this lease. That's the bottom line. So, and I keep thinking, the school will get less than 10% of the time. That's the balance. So, and there is an existing 20-year lease. If we weren't to do this, the school's obligation under that 20-year lease is to a $500,000 renovation to one of the buildings. That will not bring it up to standards. So if we weren't to sign this lease, we would be in a situation where council would have to put that money in and then the school would get the benefit of it. It's a very clear choice to me. We can either have the school build us 2 new pavilions at no cost to council or do nothing, and we'll have to build a new pavilion at cost to council for no benefit. So that's why I'll be supporting this tonight. And it's also about our relationship with Ivanhoe Grammar. We need to improve our relationship with Ivanhoe Graham. Over the years, it's taken a few knocks, and this is about improving it and showing that we can be a trusted partner, because they have lived up to their side of the current lease. And again, people say this is a 40-year lease. We're 10 years into a 30-year lease, and we're changing it. So if this lease doesn't suit the requirements of the grammar school or the council, we can renegotiate another lease. So I think this is a great deal for council, but it's a great deal for the people that use the park, and it will remain open to the public. This is about improving the facilities, respecting the past and building on the future, and I will be supporting this tonight. I'll put that in the name of Councillor Champion. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Could you ask Councillor De Morelos to come back, please? And if people would like to leave now that item is finished, we'll leave a little minute break, if that's okay.
Mayor, do you mind if we have a adjournment for a couple of minutes, if that's okay?
We'll have a small adjournment, if that's okay, for a couple of minutes. Thank you. We'll move on to item 3.1, proposed budget 2024 to 2028, declaration of conflicts of interest from councillors. Are there any councillors that have a conflict with the proposed budget going out? There are none. Can we just have that noted in the recommendation that there are no conflicts declared? Would someone like to move that motion? Moved Councillor De Morelos, seconded Councillor Grotti. Comment?
I just had a question, Mayor.
Oh, question, Councillor Grotti?
Just why, just perhaps for the benefit of the gallery as well, why we have this particular item when at the start of a council meeting we call for any interests on all items. What's the purpose of having this? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It's a really good question. The Local Government Act 2020 and the associated regulations provide an exemption or some details in relation to what a councillor can declare and not declare. For due process and to be really clear, if there was multiple itemised sections of the budget that needed to have a conflict of interest declared. This provides that item to be determined and then resolved on. So for example, if a councillor had a declaration on an item on the budget, they could declare that now, remove themselves from the chamber, and then that could be determined. Then when the councillor returned, they could then make a decision on the full budget at the next item. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. There are no speakers this item. Would someone, Councillor moved to Morales, seconded was Councillor Grotti. I'll put that, all those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.2, the proposed budget public exhibition. There are 5 speakers. Melissa Murphy-Webster, welcome Melissa, it's nice to see you.
Okay, the cost of living crisis, I feel, doesn't seem to be taken seriously by Banyule, and excuse my crusty throat. Even though that there's some acknowledgement of pressure in the current economic environment within that report. This is a proposed budget that spends pretty much what the income is, and is a slap to the face of residents that are struggling to make ends meet. 1 in 6 Australians are using credit cards for everyday expenses amid the cost of living crisis, as we experience a rise in costs of 9% for household wage earners, and we're expected to see a full 2.7 increase in our rates. I know that I'm going to sound like a Scrooge, but Banyule's spending outside its obligations under the Local Government Act needs to be assessed and curbed. I get that Banyule prides itself on creating inclusive, accessible, fun participation opportunities for all, but I'm sure that most ratepayers and renters by trickle-down would prefer a freeze in rate increases until the current crisis has been alleviated, instead of having money poured into things like landscapes and playgrounds outside maintenance requirements. The Rosanna Library Shell was sold to the residents as cost neutral, and it's starting to cost several $1 million more before the fit out. This is conceivably more than all the other significant projects as combined. A project like this is a perfect example of what spending the residents would like to see with real transparency, especially with regards to what deal is being made with Woolworths. Also, we should be looking at the human resources budget, which comprises over $84 million. This is the largest expense, more than what is spent on capital works and initiatives, meaning the average wage in Banyule is $120,000. So perhaps council needs to think about putting a freeze on creating new positions and projects, as projected HR costs are only going to go up. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Our second speaker is Barbara Smith as a written statement, but I noticed you're in the room. Barbara, would you like to make your submission, or would you rather the officers read it?
I'm happy to read them out.
Okay.
I did send them in my written submission is Council adopted master plan in 2018 which includes Zone 3 Powlett Street Reserve. To our knowledge, this has not been amended or rescinded, but the amount budgeted previously was removed and redirected to somewhere else, and this is a direct breach of its consultation requirement, because we weren't involved at all or informed that this was happening. If Council is truly committed, its first step should be immediate commencement to rezoning the Powlett Street Common to public open space, and its protection for as long as this land known as Powlett Street Reserve between Burgundy Street and Darebin Street is not rezoned, it will remain in a residential zone 13.5 metres high, with no protection from being sold now or in the future to a developer, and turning this green space into a concrete jungle. I would say that the reason that I've addressed this in the budget is a vague, hypothetical amount of $500,000, which does nothing for 3 years, and 10 years will have been passed since this master plan was adopted by this council in 2018. This plan is now outdated because of the parking problems and the increased apartments. The parking is filled by medical staff and visitors, as well as overflow from residents and visitors to apartments, and there is insufficient parking. This plan should be modified to a local park for the benefit of users within a short walking distance, with more tree planting and benches and seating. The proposed barbecue area and associated ongoing maintenance cost is not required. We'd like to see that 500,000 taken out of this budget, so there's $500,000 back, and we'd like to something done in a much more modest way more soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah.
Time's up. You'll get another chance. You'll get another chance when the structure plan comes forward.
Sorry?
You'll get another chance to speak when the structure plan comes forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Sanders. Is Lauren here? Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak on this item tonight. This budget sees a continuation of all major spending occurring within the south of Banyule. The inequity of funding between the north and the south of Banyule is leaving the residents of Greensborough, Montmorency, St Helena and Eltham North shortchanged. In this draft budget, over $12 million will be allocated to the Rosanna Library and Community Hub, on top of $6 million allocated in 2023-24. Has this project been through the rigour of a cost-benefit analysis? So, this project also comes after the completion of the Ivanhoe Library and Community Hub, only 3 kilometres away, estimated in excess of $30 million. The south of Banyule will also benefit from the Belfield Community Hub completion, estimated in excess of $20 million. So we have an accumulative $70 million spend within the south of the council, whilst previously the council was unable to support a community group, the Montmorency Community Hub, putting through a proposal back in 2020. Whilst I'm not against new facilities being built within Banyule, there should be equitable distribution of funds across the north and the south of the region. As a mum of young children, I welcome the redevelopment of E.J. Andrews Reserve. However, an upgrade to Petrie Park has long been promised within Monty and not yet delivered. I will wrap up. It is evident on my daily walks with a pram how poorly maintained a lot of our footpaths are across the north of Banyule. This is a fundamental responsibility of council and should be priority over major expenditure. The safety of elderly residents, parents with prams and those with reduced accessibility should not be compromised. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would make the comment that we spent over $50 million at Watermark in the north. We're currently spending nearly $10 million at the Watsonia Town Square, and last week...
I think I've got to call you on a port of order, Mayor. You'll have an opportunity to speak later.
I'm not sure if I should call myself on a port of but I will stop. So thank you for your submission. Well, next speaker is Alicia Curry. Alicia.
Mayor, councillors, I'm speaking about budget. I've spoken twice already this year on budget and made numerous points around value on the Rosanna Library and transparency. I've also made comments in relation to the cost of living and what council should be doing to reduce those costs for residents. I'm glad to see that the rate, the cap rate was 2.75 instead of 3.5, but as always, council takes advantage of that full rate cap, so we're seeing an increase of 2.75. I understand that I feel that this is rationalised in the budget. However, I think council need to be pushing back here onto these state cost shifting, and we need to see some action on that. We really need you to give us some clarity on why that rate cap is necessary and why those costs shouldn't be shifted back to state. And I understand that might mean that you're sitting at a balanced position of whether we let things fail and let state pick up the balance, or whether you proactively engage with state. I'm also here again to speak about the transparency of the Rosanna Library. I've been running that campaign since 2016. I've asked you numerous times. Every single time I come in, I ask you about budget, and that was true of when this partnership model was assessed in 2021. I asked you about budget. No budget numbers were forthcoming. I spoke recently about this, and recently I've just come into possession of the media statement that Council released for the Age article that came out on the 18th of April, and unfortunately I didn't get a good say on that because I've been away for a month. But Council state the cost for the library's warm shell was reviewed and analysed by an independent quantity surveyor and determined as a fair and reasonable price. Council remains responsible for the fit-out design of the library and is working very closely with stakeholder groups to ensure the library maternal care is excellent long-term value. Now, it still states in the documents that Council is responsible for the fit-out, but we have not seen the transparency on the breakdown of this. What is the fit-out costing? You've got $8.45 million in the budget. You have already approved that in 2 council meetings ago. I still don't understand why that hasn't come to the budget in these documents. So could I ask again, please break it down for us. What are you paying Fabcot/Woolworths? What is the fit-out costing the community? And where is it that we are seeing that value, considering the standalone model was costed at 13 to 15 million a few years ago? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, Julia, would you be in a position to answer why we haven't responded to Alicia, or have we responded to Alicia for those costing breakdowns?
Through you, Mayor, I think that was directed to the Director of City Development for a response. We have, I guess, provided costs at this council meeting of the construction, but I'm unaware of the fit-out question, so it hasn't been directed to myself, but I'll find that out and follow up.
Would any of the directors be in a position to answer those questions?
Not without, I'll take it on notice, but not without checking the numbers. I believe we did put some feedback into the budget document around the various costs for the warm shell and for the fit-out expected costs, which has not been tendered as yet.
Could that be provided to Alicia? Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Richards. Jeremy, I haven't seen Jeremy today. Oh, pre-recorded, sorry. Could that be played now then?
Hi to the Mayor, Councillors, CEO, Council officers and all viewing this meeting. My name is Jeremy Richards. I'm speaking on behalf of the Watsonia Traders Association. It's been a difficult start to 2024, with all traders genuinely suffering because of significant local, town square and North East Loop disruptions. Unfortunately, these difficulties are expected to continue for a while yet. The new Watsonia Town Square is a massive undertaking, but we are looking forward to its completion. We understand it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to redefine our shopping centre. We want to acknowledge our great working relationship with Council, including the officers and councillors, up to and including the Mayor and CEO. We want to thank Council for their ongoing support and advocacy on our behalf during these difficult times in this year's budget.
Thank you. I've lost mine. That was our last speaker. I look for someone to call for a motion. Councillor Grotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move a motion, but with some amendments, if I may. And I might... Yeah, it's time for me. Jeremy, who just spoke, is in charge of the optometrist, and I think I need to go and see him. So I'd like to move 1 as is, 2 as is, 3 as follows. Endorse the proposed budget 2024-28 for public exhibitions, subject to the following changes. Align the 2024-25 waste rate increases with the general rate cap increase of 2.75%. The total income collected from the public waste rate for 2024-25 is increased by 2.75% from the budget 2023-24. The total income collected from the curbside waste rate for 2024-25 is increased by 2.75% from the budget 2023-24. Note that the total income required to be collected in 2024-25 to fully offset the projected cost of waste is estimated to be $17.489 million, 11.33%. Note that by capping the waste rate increase to 2.75%, Council will forego $1.349 million of waste weight income in 2024-25 and absorb this loss of revenue within the overall budget surplus for the 2024-25 financial year, and request officers prepare a report for the incoming council after the 2024 elections be prepared by council officers on opportunities to improve council performance without compromising its environmental or social objectives. So moved.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Champion? Councillor Grotti?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Firstly, and very briefly, I do want to thank the residents for taking an active interest in the budget. I think this is the first year we've had 5 speakers on the budget, and that's really good to see. Very good feedback. And as the Mayor is fond of saying, and I'm going to steal your thunder, this is the most important thing that we'll do as council this year. So it's very important to hear from our community. The amendments that I've moved are about responding to feedback that we heard tonight around the cost of living pressures that our community are facing. At the moment in the budget, the waste rate will increase by 27.5%. So there is 2 components to the rates. There's the general rate, which is capped at 2.75%, and then there's the waste rate, which is uncapped and currently projected in the budget to increase by up to 27.5%. To me, in a cost of living crisis, I cannot accept that situation. I believe that council needs, in accordance with our rating strategy, we have a focus on keeping waste rates in line with the general rates cap if the budget permits. That's in our adopted strategy as a council. And I think that we have that obligation. Now, the cost of keeping within the overall rate cap will be $1.3 million to the council in revenue foregone. There will be an opportunity next financial year for a new council to revisit that. So unlike the general rate, waste rates can be backcast, and a future council might decide to say, okay, well, we actually needed that revenue and we want to increase the rates to get it. I believe that the community, with an election coming up, has an opportunity to have input into that process, and I think that it's important for a new future council to decide what it wants to do in that respect. What this will do, the alternative, is it will save around $25 per household. Now, the Mayor and others might say, what's $25 per household? Well, I was out at Bundoora Square on the weekend with a local resident, and who runs a bread hub. There are people in our community, week in, week out, who cannot even afford bread. and relying on community groups and organisations for the barest of essentials. So as councillors and mayors and officers in the privileged positions we are, $25 might be nothing, but there are many people in our community who need that income, who rely upon that income. This is a good budget. It's getting a lot of good things done. But I think that we need to hear our community. We need to hear the cost of living crisis that's happening. We need to do what we can as a council to hear that, to respond to that. I know I'm speaking a bit over time, but I'll wrap up soon. Toward the end of this year, we hope that cost of living pressures are going to moderate. We hope that there might be some interest rate reductions. We heard the Federal Treasurer with the federal government budget strategy talking in these terms. What this does is that it delivers immediate relief for the residents. It caps our expenditure. It puts an onus on the officers to come back with some savings plans to a new council. But more than anything, it empowers a future new council to revisit the decision. So from my perspective, there's no loss out of this. There's no loser. There's just an opportunity for our community to get some rate relief now when they need it. And if a future council wants to revisit the decision, so be it. This is the first time in many, many years that the council has put forward an alternative recommendation on the budget, because we've always been able to come to some sort of an understanding beforehand. This shows how important this issue is. And I'm really imploring my fellow councillors to hear what some of our community are experiencing and to look at this and to give it support. Thank you, Mayor.
Would the seconder like to speak?
I would, thank you, Mayor. I seconded this motion because I'm actually sitting on the fence and I wanted to hear Councillor Rick speak. And I understand exactly some of the points that he has made. Every day I get to hear about how challenged our communities are with their day-to-day living. We don't know for sure whether the interest rates will change before the end of the year, the calendar year, December, not the financial year. We don't know. There's a lot of talk. There may be action, there may not be action. But households really are backs to the wall right now. So hearing the justification for these points, these additional points, are fair and reasonable. The 2.75% is the absolute maximum. It's the equivalent of the rate cap. And while it is an increase, it is a lower increase, and council will cover for the next financial year, just the next financial year, and revisit in 12 months' time. But please, as Councillor Rick says, please, please, please contribute. Thank you for speaking. Those of you who came to speak today, thank you so much. Thank you for those who are writing in. From tomorrow, this goes out, whichever item goes out, whichever words go out, please, please, please have your say. This is a really important year for all of our community to have their say on what it is like for them living in Banyule with these rates, which are not all from council. And if you want to understand how your rates work, please feel free to give us a call. We will break it down for you. Thanks very much, and thank you very much, Councillor Rick, for explaining.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Neely has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just if council proceeded with making these changes, who or where would officers be making cuts? Is it to community facilities? Is it planned works? Could the director please advise?
Would a director like to respond to that? Councillor?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mayor.
okay.
So the $1.3 million is the deficit for the full cost recovery that's the waste rates are designed to recover. So there's a deficit there, and we're in a underlying deficit budget at the moment, so that'll add to the underlying deficit. There's probably a number of ways that we'll look at it as officers, and that could be to simply take it from our cash reserves. We could also look at reducing some costs across the board for services, but I don't think it'll have a significant impact on services, but there might be some trimming of some of the discretionary costs that we might otherwise have in the budget. But it wouldn't impact on any of the capital works program that we've got delivered. So most likely coming out of cash with a combination of looking at trimming some of the discretionary costs through the course of the year, which is common practice anyway.
Thank you. Further questions? Comment, Councillor McKern?
I do have
Oh,
I do
sorry,
have a question,
Councillor
Mayor, please.
De Pasquale.
This alternate motion tonight, if I vote for this, what am I actually voting for? Will this lock in the 2.75 increase in the waste rate or not?
It changes the proposed budget we're going out of public consultation for. But given the time periods, if this is adopted tonight, it's unlikely that we'll have the time to reverse it at the final budget decision night.
But can we have a response from the director about confirming that the cap of 2.75% would apply to the waste rate?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, if we do adopt this budget for public consultation with the amendment, then that is that each of those waste rates will be increased to 2.75 and along with the general rates. Then it'll go out for community feedback. The community will have the opportunity to provide feedback, and then we come back to the 24th of June to adopt that budget with or without amendment on the night.
Mayor, I have a question through you to the appropriate director or governance. But whether this decision's made tonight or not, I believe that the final decision on what happens will be the 24th of June, whether that's come back from public opinion, and just to get some confirmation on that.
Yeah, that is correct. Through you, Mayor, that in my reference to with or without amendment, whether there's support from the community in terms of submissions to accept what goes out for consultation, and that will be if this amendment is voted on tonight, that'll go out with that amendment in there, in the budget document itself. We'll seek feedback from the community, and then we'll provide that feedback through that report on the 24th of June, and then councillors get the opportunity to vote on whether that is in fact the increase in the general rate and the waste rates as well.
And just to be very clear, and that can change on the night.
Through your Mayor, it's not ideal practice, and it's something that officers tend to get a bit nervous about. But yeah, it's possible on the night for a change, but very, very, we'd like to avoid it happening on the night, just from an officer point of view.
I have one final.
Yes, Councillor Neal.
Are we predicting the same amount of government grants for the next financial year?
I think the short answer is no, but Mark, would you like to make some comment on that, please?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, that varies from year to year, but the level of government grants has been reducing, so there's been a trend. Typically they are in relation to capital works programs, so specific projects in the capital works budget, but we are experiencing a less government funding for our projects, and basically the money has been drying up, so we are expecting less over the next several financial years.
Further questions? Further comment? Councillor McKern? Oh.
Great, thank you.
Councillor McKern?
Thank you, Mayor. As we've discussed waste rates versus waste charges in the past, and I've been supportive of a charge because I felt that it's been fairer to our community. On this occasion, I probably will support this rate proposal. And one of the reasons I'll support it is probably something that the first speaker alluded to, and that is the cost of living crisis that we're currently experiencing. In doing my homework on the Banyule Community Fund, I actually contacted the administrator of the fund to find out which were the areas that were most in need, where we need to be injecting more funds. And the reply I was given is that food security and emergency relief are desperate areas of need in this municipality. BANSIC, the organisation, not-for-profit organisation based in Heidelberg West that provides food relief, has reported to Council a 150% increase in demand for food relief packages. Indeed, for the first time recently, they ran out of food to give to people because of the increase in people who need help. And these people aren't just from some of our lower socioeconomic areas. They're coming from Ivanhoe, East Ivanhoe. So I think we need to be mindful that this cost of living crisis is real, it's affecting residents in our community, and we need to do all we can to support it. Emergency relief is another one. We have people in our community who have lost jobs, who have found themselves homeless. What are we as a council doing about it? Well, for those who want to do a bit more than pay rates, there is the Banyule Community Fund, and I would suggest you Google it and find out more about how you can contribute. For tonight, I will be supporting this alternative motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Further comments? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Mayor, a waste rate charge increasing by 2.75%, which is aligned with the rate, or a proposed increase of the rate by 2.75%, then says to me, why did we ever pull the waste rate out of the general rate? See, Banyule never had the waste rate outside of the general rate. It was all one bucket of money, and we managed it as best we possibly could. Now, food for thought, Mayor. This term of council started with budgets or running budgets in surplus, and unfortunately, this budget going forward is going to run in deficit. So from my perspective, for the last 4 years, we were running in surplus, and now we're leaving the next council with a deficit. So from my perspective as a councillor, that's a fail. From my perspective as a councillor over the last 12 years, I came onto this council with budgets running in deficit, and we moved it into surplus, paid off millions of dollars of debt, and then effectively the economies of how the world went over the last 3 years brought down the economies to a point where things slowed enough or that much, and then also costs went up with regards to building things, and that's where we're now reaching deficits. So these have to be managed very carefully. Now, effectively, the waste rate or waste charge is governed by the state government landfill levy. Now, that has gone up by the amount of percentage I can't remember. It's exorbitant. If that rate hadn't have gone up or that charge hadn't have gone up, it would have been okay. So we are subjected to those impacts. Now, I'm quite proud to say that we have managed, and I'm going to support this tonight, I'm quite proud to say that we have managed over the last 4 years by keeping the waste rate minimal and possibly in line with the municipal charge overall. But also one thing for the community needs to understand moving into the next phase of, or the next council, the change from a waste rate to possibly a rate charge, you need to understand how it impacts your property. Different from the north, different to the south, different if you're renting, different if you're owning. It's a big concern because people have mentioned cost of living. So if you have cost of living issues, you really need to understand this weight rate versus a rate charge and have your say through this budget and also upcoming budgets. Thank you, Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor De Moralis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not a firm believer of changing proposed budgets that go out to draft, or a draft budget that goes out to consultation, and that's with any draft policy or anything like that. I believe as it's presented to us by officers for the community, it should be presented to the community, and the feedback received back is when us as councillors can make those changes due to not tainting or making it different, so that the community knows what the council is doing, whether it's this council or another council group in charge. In this scenario, obviously a 2.75% increase is a principle I know I stood by when we broke it out into a waste rate and a waste rate general rate. But when we talk about the community doing it tough, and we're talking about $25 difference, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, look, let's keep it at 2.75% for the $25 difference, but then why not do a 0%? If we know the community's doing it tough, why aren't we proposing a 0% rate increase? So for me, I will vote against this because I do want it to go out as is. I want to hear the community based on what the council officers have presented forward. And as much as it is to the distaste of the officers and the amount of work, so I do apologise, if a change needs to happen later, it happens, because we do vote on this on the 24th of June, and that is the final decision, and whatever work needs to be done gets done. But I don't want to change what the community can say about it. Let them know what the full impact is. Then feedback. And it isn't a re-election year. So if you're not happy, go to re-election. You get to vote this year. So in my opinion, a 0% is what's needed. And I want to hear what the community want to bring back going forward. So on that, I will vote against this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I just ask for a bit of clarification from Mark Gilio, please? There's been a bit of talk about what this means to the average household. It's banded at $25. I thought it was a bit less than that. Can you please clarify?
Yeah, it's around about $22 is probably the simple way of putting it. The increase, so the difference between what's been proposed by officers and then what's been put forward by Councillor Grotti tonight on the average rate for the municipality.
So for some residents it would be considerably less?
Yeah, I think by the quirk of the revaluation process every year, that's really hard to predict because it all depends on where those values change over from last year. So for example, in any given year with the revaluation happening every year now, that there can be ups and downs, if you like, to people's rates. In fact, some people, on many occasions, if their valuation doesn't go up as high as the average for the whole municipality, they may have experienced a rate reduction as a result of the revaluation. So that throws it out. So that's why when we look at providing increasing costs or the impact of costs, we looked at the average across the whole municipality rather than trying to pick out individual suburbs, for example. So yeah, the $22 is based on the average rate for the municipality.
Thank you. There's no further comment. I'll just make a few comments. Oh, sorry, Councillor Neely.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. I think as I've said that before. My concern listening to everybody is service delivery. You know, council has to continue to deliver high quality services and maintenance on our community. And the things that pop into my head are things like Meals on Wheels and support for neighbourhood houses in particular. I don't support cuts to services, and these are the sorts of things that people rely on every day. I know that council works hard to run a tight ship on finances, and as just from listening to the community tonight, we hear that people want good quality services in their area. They want, disability access. They want improved footpaths. These things are very, very expensive, as we've heard. I am concerned that we're getting council now to find further savings on the budget that they've worked hard on to be lean, and they will have to contemplate some sort of cuts, as the director explained before. From a financial management perspective as well, what burden do we pass on to the next councillor group that has to make these decisions that they inherit from us? Because sometimes if we're very lean one year, the next year's a very big difference, and I just wanted to be very clear on that. We're seeking feedback, as my fellow councillors mentioned, between the 21st of May and the 4th of June to be ready for adoption on the 4th of June to be ready on the 24th of June. And it's a really delicate balance that we all have to consider as councillors to meet the current and future demands of Banyule. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor?
I've got a question for the relevant officer. There's been discussion about times of hardship, but we've got a hardship policy. Can I just hear from the officer what in the budget this year that the scale of that is for residents?
Yeah, through your Mayor's rates hardship policy, which if you're eligible, you are eligible for a rate waiver to a maximum of $500 or interest-free period for up to 12 months. That's been in since around COVID time, and it's continually accessed by members of the community. We've made a provision of approximately $150,000 in next year's budget, which is in line with the current year budget. So there's been, we've carried it over as we will every year.
Thank you. Further questions?
No, but I'd like to speak to you, Item.
Councillor Costello.
Look, I've been at great pains to support this or not, and Councillor Garotti has gone to great length to put this one forward. One of the things is when we did a council hardship policy, it was targeted to people that need the help. There's a lot of people that are really suffering now, and I want to make sure that we can focus that support to those people. Not everyone is suffering. So for those reasons, I'm not sure if we should be going out with the recommendation that everyone receives $20 off, with a bit of variation either way. So it's very difficult for me on this, but I think that council really needs to focus its attempts to support the community that really need it. And I think Councillor Garotti was vital in the development of that hardship policy as well. And I know he's working hard to make sure we support everyone that needs support. So I'm at great struggle to know which way to go on this, but I'll figure it out in a minute.
Thank goodness for that. No further comment. I will make a few comments. To say that we can take 1.349 million out and just take it out of the surplus when we're in a deficit, I simply can't understand. It is $22, but let's understand, we're talking about this change the state government's going to force us into next year, where we have a waste rate or a waste charge. If we are forced to go to a charge, people in the better off areas with a $5 million house, overall rate bill will go down, because they'll get charged a flat charge. People in a $500,000 apartment in a lesser suburb, their total rate bill will go up because they'll pay exactly the same amount for their rates, for their waste, which to me is a regressive tax. And then on top of that, this proposal is, we won't claw back that money that we spent this year. We'll wait till after the election and then expect the next council to crawl it back somehow or other. At the same time, our landfill levy will go up $750,000, and we'll change to this system, potentially if the state government forces it to, where people in the larger, more expensive houses, total rate bill will go down, and people in the poorer areas will go up. That's the outcome of this. So I will not support this tonight. And as Councillor Castaldo said, because we have been a well-run, disciplined council, we are in a strong financial position and we can offer residents a $500 off their rates if they are struggling. And on top of that, people that are really struggling for basic items, we have contributed more to BANSIC and other charitable organisations to fulfil those needs. On top of that, this council in this year, well, last year in this term, opened up a social housing enterprise in Belfield to actually give people a home. That's because we're in a strong financial position. So to now argue that people need $20 off and then expect the next council to claw that back in an unfair system, in my view, is not reasonable and not responsible. That's why I won't support this tonight. And then to also then say to the council, the next council, we have been, have I spoken over time? Oh, sorry. To then say, it's up to you to find savings, because we couldn't do that. I believe we've done that. So to then say, next council, you find the savings because we couldn't do it, I think is totally wrong. So I won't be supporting this tonight. Right, I reply, Councillor Gorotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And look, I think it shows the passion around the table. And look, we'll work, whatever the outcome is, I'll respect it and promote it and sell it as a Deputy Mayor, the budget. But I do want to emphasise that in doing this, there will not be a single cut to services. And I sort of think that the suggestion of that by one of my colleagues through questions is a bit disparaging. The Director has indicated that where there will be savings, it'll be in discretionary expenditure. Just for the benefit of the gallery, last financial year we spent $700,000 a year on legal fees. In our quarterly financial management report, we're projected to spend close to $800,000 on external consultants. That's $1.5 million in discretionary expenditure. The Mayor's saying, oh, we're going to leave the job to the next council to do. Over the weekend, I emailed the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Executive to request an update on work we're doing to rein in legal expenses, because I asked the question many months ago that $700,000 a year is too much. What are we doing to get an in-house lawyer at a cost of $250,000 to $300,000 a year? That would save the council $400,000 a year. What happens if we capped consultants and say no more consultancy expenditure over $500,000? That's how you close the gap without cutting services. That's what we do as a group. That's how, with the work of Councillor Di Pasquale and others over the years, we got this council into surplus and we cut the debt and we delivered rate relief. And I'm just asking my colleagues to keep that in mind when we go to vote now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll put that in the name of Councillor Gorotti. All those in favour? Better count. That's fine. Sorry. All those against? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.3, 15 Louise Street, Heidelberg. There are no speakers. I call on the council to move a motion. Would someone like to move a motion on 15 Louise Street? Pardon? No, we haven't got long to go, Councillor. Item 3.3, 15 Louise Street. Move Councillor Castaldo, seconded. Would someone like to second? Councillor Neely. Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, this is a difficult one to assess, and you can look at it many different ways. What we don't want to do is allow precedent to develop as a result of this. But the history of this is in the report, and it was the decisions of officers and council were made before I joined this council, and it was passed by officers to permit this fence to be rebuilt where the old fence was. So there are some issues with how we've gotten here. and I've certainly done a lot of work with officers to draw attention to the requirements of respect for neighbourhood character, the respect for fences that are non-compliant, and I've worked at great lengths on multiple occasions to stop the encroachment on public land. And so this is not the only occasion when this happens. This is one that's come into council. And while I'd like to see this design more in alignment with what's surrounding it in the local area, we've had some conversations with the resident to see for opportunities to bring it more a little bit in line with the neighbourhood character. We don't have the ability to decide on a range of things on this, so we've worked in goodwill. We're hoping for. We worked in the interest of. We've worked to find a middle way with the owner of the property, and they have put the commitment that they'll seek the opportunity. We'll seek the joint opportunity to put in some vegetation to screen and set that fence in alignment with the natural character of the area. Yeah, it's a tricky one that unfortunately I wasn't around when this was moving forward and got to where it is today.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to see council have a proactive approach to encroachments. It's not condoned, and in this situation, council had to provide a practical solution to formalise the land occupation. So I agree with the issues raised by residents, particularly setting a bad precedent, as mentioned in the report. However, I'm supporting this as it does not restrict pedestrian movement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. Having studied the area and the Banyule planning scheme in relation to the proposed sale of about 14 square metres of council land on the corner of Louise and Delvey Streets, and the resident objections to it, I must admit I've come to believe that the issue is not so much the sale of the land as I fail to see, with all due respect, what public use this 14 metres of land, given its location, is capable of. I believe the issue is around the fence being utterly incongruous with the area's neighbourhood character. The solid, bright white 2.4 metre wall on the boundary of 15 Louise Street is a glaring eyesore, in my opinion, in what is otherwise a neighbourhood of relatively consistent low or no fences and landscaped front gardens that relate beautifully to the street and the parkland surroundings, given close proximity to the Yarra. I'm genuinely intrigued and would ask the site owner, what were you thinking? This case study speaks to a bigger issue, however, the gap between planning and building. There exists a significant landscape overlay on this site, and should a planning permit have been required, I would hope that a fence sympathetic in height, material and colour with the surrounding neighbourhood would have been able to be conditioned in the permit. Case studies like this serve as an opportunity to introduce a neighbourhood character overlay into the new neighbourhood character policy currently being developed for Banyule. It would make provision in our planning controls for special areas such as Louise Street to require a planning permit for a front fence, and I would appreciate council staff taking this on notice. While I'll be supporting this motion this evening, I would ask that the owner, at a minimum, down the colour of the wall for the sake of the neighbourhood and its character.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll make a few comments here. It's a very difficult one, this one, given that the applicant has got a planning permit to build this fence, hasn't got a planning permit to build it on our land, but by demanding that they remove it, I don't think would provide any benefit. This fence, as Councillor McKern says, does stand out enormously in the street, but we have no control over the colour of it. So, given that the applicant has a planning permit to build the fence, we have no control over the colour, and we can't force them to increase vegetation significantly. I think we need to make the best decision we can, which is to agree to sell the land. Otherwise, council could end up with nothing out of this process. So, not a very ideal situation, but I will follow the officer's recommendation and move ahead. Thank you. Councillor, want to reply?
Yeah, right, a reply. Just a quick one that we did seek interest in the applicant to colour the fence in a way that would make it sit more within the environment. I'd like them to give me a call as well, and I would continue to encourage them to consider changing the colour of the fence to fit more in with the community. Councillor McKern rightly points out that there's an opportunity to improve fencing strategy and make sure that the appropriate considerations are made when fences do move forward to align with neighbourhood character.
Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We move on to 3.4, the award of the contract for management tyre services for council fleet. There are no speakers. Is there a councillor want to move a motion? Moved, Councillor Neely. Seconded, Councillor Garotti. Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. The 2023-24 underlying deficit is forecast at 3.9 million compared to a budgeted underlying deficit of 5.8, so 1.9 million favourable. And as you know, this has been an area of great focus, and we've worked really hard with officers to improve this result. In relation to capital works, as of the 31st of March 2024, a total of 28.3 million has been spent on capital works. So it's quite significant. And we've delivered a lot of great projects, and we're working hard, or council's working hard on delivering a full year program, and council has to be proud of that. The capital works expenditure totals 53.5 million against a $68 million budget. Our financial ratios are at a good point at this time. However, there are financial challenges of maintaining our revenue levels through fees and charges, and we cannot ignore inflationary pressures. That certainly impacts our expenditure. We are fortunate enough to have cash to invest with some higher interest rates, and we've seen a good improvement in returns. So in summary, our financial performance is tracking on the right direction, even though there are financial challenges. We continue to provide important services and to the community, and that's what our main focus is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Grotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just to follow up on the comments of Councillor Neely, look, we're on track for a surplus of $19 million for the 2023-24 financial year. We're also on track to record our lowest level of debt in over 15 years as a council. So debt is coming down. We're not running deficits, we're running surpluses. And based on the last resolution as well, we're able to deliver relief to the ratepayer. This is a well-run council financially. Thank you, Mayor.
Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.5, the awarding of the contract to manage tyre services. There are no speakers. I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Move, Councillor Garotti. Seconded, Councillor Di Pasquale. Comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, happy to approve. And again, thank you to the officers and Darren and his team for the work done on the tenders. Well done. And we really haven't heard from Darren tonight, so I feel like... Yep, Darren, hello. One thing that we've observed, and I think people in the public gallery would observe, was that last meeting we had a tender come back in with only one response. Tonight we've got a tender coming in with only 2 responses. The purpose of tenders is to get as many responses and engagement from the market as possible. And so what we're doing with our Chief Financial Officer now is to have a look at that situation. Why aren't we getting the level of market engagement that we want from our procurement? And again, this is just one of the many small things that adds up ultimately, hopefully, to savings for the council. So very happy to recommend this, a very good quality officer report, but we are doing some work now around how we can start getting some better value from procurement and tenders. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 3.6. There are no speakers. Before we start, I'd like the Manager of Governance to talk about an amendment to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Councillors and community, you'll note that at every council meeting we present a record of council attendance report that details the types of meetings that councillors are undertaking with respect to council business or briefings or advisory committees. And there's a definition in our governance rules. And unfortunately, through a self-administered audit, we identified that whilst some records were being actually taken and noted, and those meeting minutes were being presented to council for endorsement at the quarterly advisory committee reports, there was a failure between receiving them and then popping them into the report that's presented to you. So we actually did an audit and we found that there are 36 records that were taken and minutes were taken for them, but were just unfortunately not populated into that respective report, officer report. It's also important to note that it is not a legislative requirement to do this. It's actually in line with our intentions to uphold our integrity and our transparency and governance principles that are enshrined in the legislation. And under the 89 Act, there was a requirement to actually record certain and specific and very clear records of councillors and their attendance. So we've attempted to capture those through our defined definition in the governance rules now. So I just wanted to make it clear that there are additional records that are presented to you tonight that are retrospective. They date back to February last year, and it wasn't an intentional administrative error. It was an accidental process error, and we've identified ways to improve that through developing a standard operating process and did a bit of educating to the relevant departments who weren't quite aware that they needed to submit them to governance.
Thank you. So with that amendment to the report, would I like a councillor to move the motion that Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Champion. Comment? Comment, Councillor? Any other councillor would like to comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? Cheers, Peter. That is carried. We'll move on to item 4.2, the Banyule 2022-23 grant application acquittal outcomes. There are no speakers. There is an officer report. I look for a councillor to move the report. Councillor Neely, seconded Councillor Champion. Comment?
Just quickly, Mayor, this is to ensure that all grant recipients use grant funds for their intended purpose, and these grants are to deliver projects, programs and initiatives by a local community. So it's a thorough undertaking as 23 of the 26 grant recipients were fully acquitted, which is good, and the remaining 3 have an approved variation, so they're working through that. These grants are valued by the community, and thank you to the community groups who are delivering these initiatives that enhance Banyule. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak? Councillor Champion.
Just very, very briefly, this may not take long to vote for or against, but just a support and a thank you for those who write the grants. They take not just hours, days, weeks to write. There are those who write them regularly and know a lot more how to write a grant, and that's just taken practice and time. There are those who dedicate a lot of their life to writing grants for particular organisations, and there are those who write the one-off grant for their organisation. One of the Sherborne residents was speaking with me a couple of years ago, and she told me that she was writing a grant for Panorama Heights Kindergarten, and she was doing a master's in a particular discipline, and she had two mentors who were in two European countries, and so she obviously did this online, and she asked her two mentors from the two European countries, I think Switzerland and the Netherlands, if I remember rightly, to possibly defer her masters so that she could write the grant for Panorama Heights Kinder. That's how dedicated some of our community members are. So just a little light shedding there on how significant our grant writers are in our community. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, these community grants, arts and culture grants and environmental grants are often used by groups and organisations in our community who probably are either unsuccessful through our budget process, or sometimes they're referred to the grants instead of through the budget process. It's a more appropriate way of gaining funds for their groups and organisations. But as just adding to my fellow councillors' comments, very important for those people who are applying for the grants and writing them up. And also, I'd like to acknowledge officers who in the Directorate of Community Programs, I believe, who help organisations put the grants together, because they're not easy, it does take a lot of time. So thank you very much to officers who help the community members put those together on the community's behalf. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 4.3, Service Navigation and Information Program Proposed Service Model. There are no speakers. There is a council report. I'd look for council to move a motion. Move Councillor Garotti. Seconded Councillor Neeling. Comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to be supporting the officer recommendation. I think that this is a very good way forward for council to continue to provide information and support for a section of our community who really need it, while we're effectively transitioning to a Commonwealth funded model that will directly fund agencies. And unfortunately, because of the change in funding approach from the Commonwealth, council's not really in a position to continue to play in that space. And it's difficult because we know how valued these services are, but a little bit like we did through the transition to NDIS, where we've continued to provide an information, an advisory and referral service for people with disabilities. This is a similar model now that we're looking here in an aged setting. And I just think it shows, hopefully, to our community an ongoing commitment to be there for you, to be the one-stop shop, to be available for queries and questions, to not buck pass as a council. So I think very good work from our officers. And we have two in the room here today, two of our very talented managers. And I'm not sure, Mayor, if you highlighted earlier, but there is a new director as well, Joseph Tobacco, heading up the service. And I think we've got a very dedicated team that work around the box in terms of responding to challenges at the state and federal level to do things that we really want to continue as a council. So very happy to support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When residents don't know who to contact, a lot of the time they contact council as a trusted service. This plays that crucial role in council staying updated on these services and maintaining connections with the service providers, like in aged services, disability, in housing, in mental health. So it's about that, sharing that and providing that information in this space when called upon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll put that in the name of Councillor Garotti. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 4.4, 7 Wellington Street, Montmorency Community Space. And there are two speakers. The first speaker is Michelle Jarvis. Welcome, Michelle. Citizen of the Year. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of the community groups I've again consulted with, which is the Montmorency Community Group, the Montmorency Biodiversity Group, and the Montmorency Community Hub, which is being re-established at Petrie Park Hall with council support. These groups and myself agree that 7 Wellington Street is a great strategic site, and all groups are looking forward to a proactive and harmonious working relationship with Green Hills Neighbourhood House, who will run the facility. And this is to ensure that the Monty community gets the services and programs that are needed. The increase in refurbishment spend to include asbestos removal, roof repairs and accessible parking are obviously essential, but should have been anticipated at the outset. More and better consultation with all community groups is essential, as to date there has been very minimal consultation with long-standing and pre-existing community environmental groups who would welcome the opportunity to discuss their needs with both the architect and Green Hills Neighbourhood House. Can council officers please ensure that this occurs? Also, the agenda item doesn't mention DDA compliance access to the rear garden. It's currently via steps. It would be beneficial to ensure that the rear garden is also accessible from the community space. In conclusion, the Montmorency community is very keen to know how the $500,000 will be spent, what the intended uses are, the end of project timelines, given that so far genuine community consultation is virtually absent. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I remember the access to the community garden was certainly an issue we discussed prior to the purchase of this site, and I note that our new director, Mr Tobacco, is taking all that down, and I'm sure you'll get a very good response. So thanks, Michelle. Our second speaker is Laura Sanders, who is speaking against this recommendation. Welcome again, Laura.
Thanks again, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. The creation of a community space in Montmorency is very much welcomed, albeit long overdue. It is fantastic to see Monty is on the agenda for a community space when more expensive projects have been completed for community hubs elsewhere in the south of Banyule. I am not personally a member of the Monty Community Hub myself, but as a local it was hard not to notice the dedication and community spirit shown by them in the efforts to purchase 1 to 3 Mountain View Road, Monty in 2020, despite council refusing that proposal. So jump ahead to 2023, 7 Wellington Street has been purchased for $1,250,000 for a 755 square metre parcel of land, a premium price point in comparison to the proposal of the Monty Hub in 2020 at 1 to 3 Mountain View Road. Also noting Michelle's previous point that we will require $500,000 in funding to get this building fit for purpose, which I'll note is an increase of $150,000 since estimates in 2023. It is hard to comprehend how asbestos removal, roof structuring and car park accessibility was overlooked in the initial building inspections. Green Hills Neighbourhood House will do a fantastic job running this service, but to Councillor Garotti's earlier point, where multiple tenders are for the benefit and of sort of the community and kind of get the best value. Were Monty Community Hub informed or kind of engaged with to complete a tender for the community hub being run at 7 Wellington Street, Montmorency? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to answer your question about the process for...
Through the appropriate officer, can we have a question raised about the tender for running of the community hub or of the neighbourhood house?
Through you, Mayor, we went out with an expression of interest and the Montmorency Community Hub Group were notified of that process and invited to participate. I don't have the details of whether they did submit or not, but they were approached by our officers and given that opportunity. And in regards to some of your questions around the estimates that we had, as we did some further deep dives into the facility, it identified some further opportunities that we could do to make the house more accessible and more user-friendly for the incoming group and the activities they were going to run.
Thank you. There is a report before us. We'd look for a councillor to move a motion. Moved Councillor Champion, seconded Councillor Neely. Comment?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I'll speak very briefly. Thank you very much to the two speakers with their comments and suggestions, and also the follow-up communication from our CEO. I actually had a conflict of interest for this item, so I wasn't involved in anything. So I couldn't actually answer, but I obviously welcome the next step in relation to preparing this for use. So happy to discuss further with Michelle her suggestions. Thank you. And looking forward to seeing this in use the day that Green Hills Neighbourhood House takes it over. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This location is connected to the Weir Street shopping precinct, and it was a response to a need for a neighbourhood house in the Montmorency area. So thank you to officers for identifying this area, this site, as a strategic land acquisition, which it was initially. You know, it will enhance the community programs and support the Montmorency area, and we are certainly in safe hands with Green Hills Neighbourhood House there to manage this facility. What they will be doing in this space is addressing social isolation, family violence, issues with mental health, and building community connections is at the core of a neighbourhood house and an important investment in this space. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Sorry, Mayor, my turn. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think so. 7 Wellington Street, I put this in the category of it's a very strategic positioned site. Many community members don't know. I sure didn't understand before I came to this council that most of the properties that council owns are part of past decisions strategically around the municipality of what the direction of the community will be going 20, 30, 50, 100 years ahead. So I would be suggesting that this site at 7 Wellington Street, if there wasn't a need for a neighbourhood house or a community centre or something, I think strategically where it's positioned, sandwiching the square to Weir Street, is strategic enough for council to have had a look at it on the community's behalf to say, does the community or will the community get benefit from this in the future, 20 years ahead, 30 years ahead? And I'd probably be thinking yes. So irregardless of where it is now, I think it's a very strategic site to have in the community's hands. If a private owner has this, that the community would never have access to it again. So it was just it was fortunate that it came up at the same time that there was the community hub process going along. Now, there was a couple of comments with regards to cost of refurbishment. I think there were some numbers we were going through with regards to the community hub with that proposed land, and it was over the $2 million mark. And not only that, there were no projected costs for what it would take to bring it up to standard. So whether it would be 500,000, $1 million, much higher dollars than we have here at a facility where there's a car park next door and it's within stone's throw of Weir Street. So much more opportunity for the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further comment, Councillor Metzenakos.
Thanks, Mayor. Safe community spaces are necessary across Banyule, and these neighbourhood houses offer so much to many people, whether it's educational, social, food relief, relief from family violence, or a place to go for information, or even if you're feeling lonely. Green Hills Neighbourhood House does a great job at their current site, and I'm excited to see what they can do at Monty. These centres promote community connectivity, diversity, inclusion and disability awareness. And there was identified through the Banyule Infrastructure Plan that this is needed in Monty. So this building, yes, it needs a bit of a spruce up. It needs to be modified and improved to be fit for purpose and safe for all those attend and be accessible. But it's a very important centre to upgrade because it gives back so much to the community. And I'm happy to support this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comment, Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I'd just like to also address that Council works very hard in the background to continuously look for strategic properties to ensure we can deliver really good services where they're needed. This is one example of them. What I don't like to hear, though, is the battle between north and south of Banyule and which end gets more money. That is often floated here. I hear that South doesn't get enough money on other occasions. I really don't want to battle, but I think we work really hard to have strategic planning to ensure that we have the right facilities and resources applied all across Banyule, and we're dedicated to achieving that. And this is a good outcome of strategic work in multiple strategic plans that have led to this, and I think it'll be a very good and improved community facility for the residents around the Weir Street complex village.
Thank you very much. Further comment? I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll move on to item 5. There is no item 5. Item 6.1, consideration submission to the amendment C172 Heidelberg Structure Plan to the Banyule Planning Scheme. There are 8 speakers. The first speaker is Michelle Jarvis, and she's speaking against the structure plan. Welcome, back, Michelle.
I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Banyule. The amendments to the planning scheme that Council is putting forward to the Planning Minister is not supported by Friends of Banyule and the bulk of the community. There were 92 submissions, 60% were objections, 9% requested changes, 1% was in support, and a further 30% were potential support, whatever that means. The key objections are an overall increase in building height by 1 or 2 stories, which Council seemed intent on downplaying. It will result in increased traffic congestion, loss of amenity and character, potential downgrading of protections regarding Powlett Street Reserve, and furthermore, the community objects to building heights being increased from 4 stories to 6 stories around Powlett Reserve. The plan also fails to take into account Melbourne Water's new flood modelling near the Banksia Street drain outfall, while setbacks of land zoned commercial located near the iconic parkland of Heidelberg Park, Yarra Flats Park and Banksia Park have been removed from 5 metres to 0. which is bizarre given that the area is a transition area from public open space, and that the setbacks in this area would have allowed the opportunity for landscaping and canopy trees. That's now zero. There's no opportunity for that, while building heights have been increased from 16 metres to 23 metres in this area. That's up from 5 stories to 7 to 8 stories. Overall, the C172 amendment for the Heidelberg Major Activity Centre has failed to acknowledge and enhance the character of Banyule with appropriate setbacks for canopy trees and landscape to support community health and wellbeing, to support action on climate change and green spaces for livability. About 70% of Banyule residents choose to live in Banyule and value our green assets. The C172 amendment does not support this, and it is an uninspiring copy of Box Hill and Doncaster and Lax Vision. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Our second speaker, Grant Michael Davies. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Grant Davies, and just to make you aware, as a Grant, I have actually been appropriately acquitted. That's a joke, by the way. I wanted to put forward the fact that I was putting forward a proposal for the C172, particularly around ACZ2, in which my property exists. I have an area of 26 metres which border on both sides. I was actually proposing that the area which I live in, which has been put forward as 13.5 in the plan, be increased to 26, which is reflective of the existing buildings in the area. I've had the opportunity to have a look at the scope of changes proposed to the amendment C172 to the Banyule planning scheme in response to the exhibition that took place, the community consultation, and note that in the response, the property of 16 Powlett Street, which was 13.5, has actually been increased to 20 metres. So in the submission from the response to the exhibition that's been put forward, that it actually be increased to 20 metres, which I would like to support. So instead of my original submission to 26 metres, I'm happy to actually support the proposal that's been put forward of 20 metres, which is a discretionary maximum height, and would reflect existing developments at 91 Darebin Street and also 1416 Powlett Street. This is an appropriate location for the type of development and helps to provide the greater housing and activity centre compared to the existing controls in the area. So just to recap, I'm actually supporting of the amendment of the scheme in response to the exhibition, which increases it to 20 metres. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our third speaker is Barbara Smith, and she's speaking for it. Welcome again, Barbara. You have 2 minutes.
Can I ask your indulgence for a bit longer? I'll explain why. I'm speaking for 3 other very highly qualified residents who can't be here, 2 for ill health, 1 in Queensland. And so I've incorporated that into my presentation. First of all, we'd like to congratulate Council on using mandatory height limits in the residential precincts 6B and 6C in the activity centre zone, and also for the putting a mandatory 26 metres in health in precinct 4. But due to the steep sloping topography of precinct 4, we would like to see mandatory height limits applied to the remainder of precinct 4. The purpose of this is to stop MBICT applications by developers, which have occurred in the past, plus their tactic of adding an additional level of building during the building process. This would enable the councillors' officers to be involved less in working to with the ratepayers and with the developers. It would reduce the number of VCAT applications, and it also reduces a potential opportunity for corruption, favouritism and so on. That's what I want to say about mandatory heights. The next piece is about Powlett Street Reserve, which was removed from the maps in C172 without any consultation, and it rezones it to residential 6C. The officer's response to 28 objections is that the zoning of Powlett Street Reserve to PPRZ could potentially be conducted by a future amendment once all other considerations cited by the master plan for the site have been addressed. We would like a resolution to be passed tonight that Council, without further delay, rezone the Powlett Street Road Reserve to public park and recreation zone as a matter of immediate priority. Councillor Costello has assured me that it will not be used for anything else. However, there's elections coming up, there'll be changes. We have a state government who is desperate for getting strips of land to build social housing on, and we don't know that any of you will be here, or some of you will be here after that date. Therefore, we would like that resolution to occur tonight. Our reasons are that the officers in their...
Barbara, you're already a minute over. Could you mind summing up? Would you mind summing up? Would you mind a summary? You're already well over your time limit.
Look, I'll sit down if you want me to, but I would like to say that the officers reporting on this matter have given no legitimate reason for delaying the rezoning, it's Powlett Street Common is the only usable open space in the activity centre between Upper Heidelberg Road and Lower Heidelberg Road, and it's crucial that it's retained as such for the well-being of future residents by providing open space to relax, exercise, gather and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've got a quick question for the relevant officer to respond to a concern of the resident in regards to Powlett Street, why that might not be considered at an appropriate time to be rezoned at this point in time.
Thank you, and through the Mayor. The land is actually a road reservation and has been included, as you correctly point out, in the general residential zone at the moment and proposed activity centre. There is currently access across that land to provide access to, I think it's number 16. We would need to resolve those issues with the access through there, so there'd be a partial discontinuance potentially and then a rezoning shortly thereafter. So there's a few steps to be undertaken prior to reserving the land as public open space.
I'd like to respond to that by saying...
Sorry, Barbara. Not Barbara.
...owned in two parts and that road...
Barbara, excuse me, it's not at this stage. We can have that discussion. This is only considering the submissions. We've heard your submission and we'll get back to you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Pallister. Welcome, Wendy.
Good evening, CEO, Mayor, Councillors. My name is Wendy Pallister. I'm a licensed estate agent and I'm speaking on behalf of 160 petitioners of Heidelberg Heights residential area there at the top of the hill. And we would like to be removed from the C172 rezoning from GR72 residential zone to the Mac Centre 5. That will substantially affect this neighbourhood character area, road safety, privacy to front and backyards, for the sake of maybe a couple of development sites and going higher with their stories. I believe it will set a precedence for your neighbourhood character papers on foot at the moment. seems to be timely, it should be set aside because I feel we fit very much into what the community expects of a neighbourhood character area. It's a small boutique area at the top of the hill. It sits as an example of what neighbourhood character should be. Apart from the street's narrow access, is one reason why it should not be rezoned to a max centre. The homeowners have restored period homes and beautiful established gardens and native trees that integrate alongside the park areas and tree-lined streets. Interestingly, council seem to have put aside their own study from years ago that states the area is part of a wildlife corridor. It is not by chance this area has been preserved, where other areas such as Heidelwood Central, where the major homes set on typically large blocks of 8 and 1,000 square metres have been knocked down to make way for units and townhouses over 15 to 20 years. If council pass this, they are against community expectation of what an area for neighbourhood character and your very large document on neighbourhood character that you're proposing to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Our next speaker is Alicia Curry.
So I brought the whole responses with me because I am submission number 70 on the report, and I really want to reiterate some of what I wrote into that submission, because the amendment really should acknowledge the importance of the setbacks, and this came up at the housing and neighbourhood character strategy. It was recognised as a gap that hasn't been covered because setbacks are there for a reason, and if we want to defend our planning scheme against claims through VCAT and developers that are a little bit over anxious to get tall buildings, then we need to think of this document as a way of giving the community confidence that council have the right intention here. So what I'd like to make sure that we do is have setbacks, make sure that we recognise that the setbacks are for a certain purpose, make sure those setbacks are recognised as the importance of our tree planting, and particularly in the front of these yards. The requirement for a large tree has to be recognised in the amount of soil and deep soil planting that is required to sustain that tree. We need to accept that we want large trees, and particularly when Heidelberg has only got a 17 or 18% canopy, and council recognise that even when they put their plantings in place, that it's only going to gain 3%. So please give the community some incentive to trust this document. I'm happy with some of the increases in heights, but I think when you call them modest and you're increasing things by about 3 or 4 stories, that isn't modest, and that should be tailored back a bit. And I also note that you recognise in the document the Yarra Strategic Plan. You also need to be recognising in the document the Powlett Street, the Burgundy and Powlett Street Master Plan, which was adopted in 2018. We haven't seen you action this. It's been mentioned a number of times. You've had 27 submitters mention this plan. The report minimises that importance and minimises the residents' response. And if you can put it in as acknowledging its importance, it will go a long way to showing us that you support your urban forest strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Our next speaker is Pippa Griffiths. Welcome, Pippa. Nice to see you there.
Just quickly, I'd like to ask, through you, Mayor, a question to the relevant officer who may or may not be able to answer this. In terms of the Burgundy Street, Powlett Street strategy that was in place for the public realm, can you provide some information on why that did not progress? And I can answer this possibly, but I'd like the officer.
Unfortunately, Councillor, through the Mayor, that does predate my experience. I apologise. There may be someone else in the room that might be able to provide some insight, but I'm not sure.
I'd like to give it a go. There was funding of...
Councillor Castaldo, do you want to address this in your commentary on the item instead of answering your own question?
I've got lots of other things, but yeah, okay.
Sorry, Pippa. Go right ahead.
As you enter Burgundy Street from Upper Heidelberg Road, on your left is a strip of open space with a really lovely stand of trees along it. This goes all the way down the hill to the railway line, apart from some street access, and provides a refreshing contrast to the development of the Austin Hospital on the other side of Burgundy Street, and a lovely introduction to Heidelberg. This space is the subject of the Burgundy and Powlett Street Reserves Master Plan. We've heard about Powlett Street, less about the Burgundy aspect of it. And that was adopted in 2018, which is now 6 years ago. Nothing's been done, and this master plan is not officially recognised in the Heidelberg Structure Plan and the planning amendment documents, and it needs to be. The number of submissions mentioning either Powlett Street or the master plan indicate how important this space is to the community. This process is an opportunity to make these areas PPRZ. Only a couple of sections of Burgundy Street Reserve are currently zoned that way, and the other sections are proposed to become ACZ2, not PPRZ. This means these spaces are not protected as public open space. This kind of treed public open space is in short supply in the southern part of Banyule when you get away from the river. And we're rapidly losing tree canopy, acknowledged in the Council's urban forest strategy. Given that rezoning is already happening, protecting these other sections as PPRZ is a no-brainer. Why put it off for another costly exercise down the track? And a bit more on trees. The officer notes a tree is required in the front and rear setbacks of new developments in GRZs 5. Those trees are only required to get to 6 metres at maturity. This is a small tree, so these will not contribute to canopy cover, so all new buildings are allowed to go to 11 metres and 12 on a sloping site. And the provision of in-ground deep soil essential for these trees is not specifically included in Schedule 5. It should be explicit in the landscaping requirements in support of Council's urban forest strategy and natural environment enhancements. So please make these adjustments and others that you've heard about before this goes to the next stage.
Thank you, Pippa. Our next member is Josine Rossetti, a written statement read out by Mark Giulio. Thank you, Mark.
As a historical society, we of course object to the policy of wholesale multi-unit development across one of the oldest villages in Melbourne and the homogenisation of design that makes one suburb indistinguishable from any other. We are, however, cognisant of the state government policy imperatives for high-density housing accommodation and the planning policies that spring from that. We acknowledge the argument that some heritage buildings were previously left unprotected against the development of adjoining blocks. However, this plan merely identified the heritage building, then awarded precinct-wide permission for multi-storey development, as if the building were not there. We note that the heritage designation applies just to the heritage property itself and not to the properties either side of it. We're concerned that the building levels on adjoining blocks will not be seen only as a height to which developers and builders can and should aspire, but as a right, despite Council's intention for sympathetic design and response that respects nearby heritage buildings. The sympathetic design debate would apply only to aesthetics rather than the issue of height. We would urge either extension of the heritage designation beyond the target property or a graduation in building heights around the heritage sites with lowest possible height immediately, preferably 2 storeys, adjacent on both sides of the building before moving to the 4, 6 or 8-storey height. This would force builders and developers to think beyond the box-like structure and to design a lower height immediately abutting the heritage property, although they could move to a taller design on the rest of the site. Council does not need to be passive in the face of developer demands. Graduated height limits immediately surrounding the heritage site would move beyond lip service to an active acknowledgement of the heritage site's importance.
Thank you, Mark. Good submission. And our final speaker is Robin Roberts, who is speaking against this.
I think Janine Rossetti was talking about. So we went to a VCAT case about that property. So it's a Desborough and Ear property. It's a single storey but steps down the block and becomes 2-storey on the slope, and it's got a pitched roof with lots of gables. Part of the roof of that structure goes over the boundary, the title boundary, into the adjacent block, which is destined to become a 19-metre building. I would say that Janine, in her request, is doing the right thing, because in the housing and neighbourhood character documents, council's intending to try and protect the surrounds and view lines to heritage places. So I think the stepping back from heritage places in the structure plan for Heidelberg is very important, and there might be other heritage places I'm not aware of as well. Powlett Street's also a concern. Any green space in a highly dense area is highly important for people's mental well-being and for the livability of the space. Buildings should be set back. At the moment, buildings are being set to the footpath. We need to have setbacks so we can build tall trees into the village that people are going to live in. This is not just about meeting state government targets. This is about building places where people will live. And we want them to live happily and comfortably. And we want to retain the impressions that we have of Heidelberg as an older area with our beautiful Atlantic cedar trees going down the hill at Burgundy Street and Banksia Street. We want to retain the view lines across to the ranges. And so the speaker who spoke about the current neighbourhood area being intensified, they're at the top of the hill, and that extra height will lose those view lines. So everybody tonight has very, very valid criticisms of the plan, and I feel it needs to go for more tweaking before you send it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. There is an officer report. I would look for someone to move a motion. Move Councillor Costello, amendment.
I'd like to move it with an amendment, please.
Thank you.
And I'll read it out. The motion 1, 2 and 3 as is, and 4 intends to rezone Powlett Street Reserve as a public park and recreation zone, and that this will be progressed through a separate statutory process. So moved.
Move Councillor Costello, seconded Councillor Grotti. Councillor Costello.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone that came along tonight. We have heard a number of your suggestions over the course of this action, and even I think before this, that have influenced where we are today. And we've had over 1,583 visits to the exhibition period on Shaping Banyule. Less than 1% of people, and a letter went out to approximately 6,800 owners and occupiers. That means that less than 1% of people who were contacted by Banyule City Council did not support the amendment. So that means over 99% of people received information and did not object to this. A letter of the 92 submissions that we did receive, there was a range of views expressed, some for more development, some against development. But one of the main things was the conflicts was to protect Powlett Street Reserve in a public open and protect it as a public open space. And tonight I've moved an amendment to give you that confidence. Now there's a range of very technical elements to this, which we went some way to describe then, but it's significantly more complicated than that, and the strategic planner that I was speaking to today isn't here to articulate that in further detail, but I welcome you contact us and we can talk that through further at a later stage. I would just like to rebut that this is nothing like Box Hill and Doncaster. We've put forward mandatory heights in locations and height constraints were determined to continue to support important view lines right across the Heidelberg Activity Centre and to ensure that we continue to keep the ridge lines. Setbacks have informed both heights and shapes of buildings also, with external urban design and guidance that helped us shape the buildings so that shadowing and other improvements were made to the outcomes of the built form. I welcome Ms. Elisa Curry to continue the conversation with me about the importance of setbacks. I really want to make sure we get on top of that appropriately. The Burgundy Street Powlett plan was funded by the state government and designed with council and the community. But then we got a new CEO at Austin Hospital that decided that it wasn't an appropriate design and would be an impediment to the ambulance movement into the hospital. So they knocked that design back that we'd done the hard work on when the previous hospital position was in support. We also had a change in management at Vic Roads that decided they no longer supported it, so that funding that was provided by Anthony Carbines, the local member, was withdrawn because we couldn't move forward with that plan. And if I'm incorrect, I'll check. I'll have that back to the next council meeting. This is a massively complex piece of work in our largest activity centre. It really puts us in a strong position going forward to make sure the scale and change and location of change is balanced. Also ensures the function of a vibrant place for retail, for people that live and visit, and it is the biggest health precinct in the north. We have great open spaces. It's known across Melbourne that it's a really special place and is valued by the community and has been in multiple news articles, being a highly desirable location. And I hope this body of works goes some way to reflect that and ensure that we protect that with the massive pressure that we have on us to increase population that is brought on from both federal and state governments. We really have contained this to ensure we protect their character. This is just one part of the plan, though.
Excuse me, Councillor, could you...
One more sentence. There's still a lot of work to be done to enhance the centre and create an active, attractive investment for both improvements in transport and connectivity. And look, I'm fully supportive of this going to the panel. And the amendment there was put there to assist our community, to give them confidence, and you don't need to go to the planning panel and put objections in. I want to give you that confidence. We're not going to change that park. It's going to be protected and we're going to invest in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? Councillor Grotti.
Mayor, just a question before I comment, but of the appropriate officer. How does the submissions received to date, and then in particular the speakers that we heard from tonight, how does their input get captured? Because I'm just rereading the motion now, we're just noting. And just picking up on an earlier theme in the evening, people go to enormous length and effort to contribute, and I just want to understand how those contributions are going to be reflected into this process. So through you, Mayor, question to the appropriate officer.
Would you be prepared? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The 92 submissions will be referred, should a planning panel be appointed by the Minister, the 92 submissions will be referred to that panel, and all submitters will be invited to speak at that panel to have their voices heard. I think the commitment that you've got there means parts of what you've said have been picked up, and I will just point out that a number of the submissions have been included in Appendix 4 to the report, and they will be forwarded to the panel for consideration with the changes that Council agrees to this evening.
And my understanding would be that the planning panel will then make a recommendation to the Minister for Planning.
That's correct. That's correct. The planning panel will make a report back to council and to the minister, and you can either choose to continue with that amendment or abandon it, or ask that the minister gazettes it.
So just to clarify for my own understanding of process, the community's been asked to contribute to this process to council. We're just going to put them as an appendix, and then they have to go through the whole process again of submitting to the panel, which potentially raises the question, which I'll cover in my comments.
My understanding is council have the opportunity to change what goes to the planning panel in view of what the submissions that have made to date.
Yes, Mr Mayor, that is correct. And those items that the officers have agreed with, based on the submissions, have been included in what will become council's submission to that planning panel.
Sorry to labour the point, but the motion says note the submissions. So surely that we've reflected or acted upon or incorporated the submissions. I'm just really seeking to clarify this point.
Through you, Mayor. If at point 3 of the resolution, you'll note that the report says subject to the changes outlined in attachment 4, which includes those items that the officers are in furious agreement with and is recommended that you adopt tonight.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, that's all. And I do thank the acting director for the feedback tonight. I just thought it was important to clarify that, because we go out to the community, we ask them to put submissions together, they front up to council meetings, they're not paid to be here, we are as councillors, and then just to be left with the sense that it's all for nothing, I just find that unacceptable. So I'm taking for word that what the officers have said tonight is being incorporated, but I must say, following on from, and I fully supported the outcome of Charlesworth, and voted for it, but just in terms of process around consultation, tonight, again on this process of consultation, in the public questions, we've got a whole range of questions being raised by members of the dog and cat community. I'm really concerned, I must say, about what it is we consult on and how we consult and what's the purpose of the consultation. So I'm putting it on notice that I'm looking to have a conversation with you, Mayor and CEO, about this.
Any further questions? And I'd have to say that this process is...
Sorry, Mayor, through you. Further questions or comments?
Questions? I'll look for a councillor to move a motion. Oh, sorry. Further comments, sorry. Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. There certainly has been a lot of interest in this amendment. The Heidelberg Structure Plan, as mentioned by one of our councillors, does represent probably our highest density residential development opportunities. We do have 2 other activity centres, being in Ivanhoe and Greensborough, where we'll also see higher density development. In Ivanhoe, there is the benefit of mandatory height limits to 5 stories. I'm really curious, given that we are going through the development of a housing strategy, just what it is we're actually shooting for with these height increases. We've talked about the need for housing targets, to have figures, to understand what it is Banyule needs to supply in order to satisfy state government requirement for more housing and more affordable housing. We've been told on a number of occasions by council officers that Banyule Council is actually in healthy supply of residential developments. Where we probably fall down a little is in diversity of housing, but in terms of quantity, that we actually have healthy supply. So it does raise the question what it is in terms of these heights that we're looking at, particularly for Heidelberg, we're actually setting out to achieve. I think, and hope that the officers will take this on notice. The need for housing targets and what it is we are working towards is vital in our housing strategy, because it should be determining some of these heights and where they're located. Now, no decision is being made this evening regarding adopting any amendment to the planning scheme. This is about referring submissions to an independent planning panel. And I do take on board what my fellow councillor Garotti has just said with regards to community consultation and what it means for our community. We do need to ensure that the resources we put into community consultation and we take it seriously are worthwhile, and that our community is being listened to. So I will probably support the referral of these submissions to an independent planning panel, and note too that it will be the new term of council that ultimately makes a decision regarding the adoption of the amendment. What will happen is a statutory process, which is pretty tight, will now be put in place, as has been mentioned by the acting director. There'll be a directions hearing which will set the timetable and schedule, and all submitters will be invited to speak. The general public can attend any of the panel hearings and will be able to contribute at a later date, but not to the hearing at large. So public submissions, the panel recommendations and a council officer report what will be up for consideration at the council meeting that considers whether or not to adopt this amendment. I want to say that I have heard all of the comments made this evening. I did speak to the Director, Natasha Swan, about comments not only made this evening but emailed to me during the course of the week to ensure that everything has indeed been captured in the submissions. And I have been given a guarantee by the Director that all the comments made have been captured, so nothing has been left out. I think that's important to note. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I just ask the Director, is this council's process or a statutory process set up under the Planning and Environment Act?
Mr Mayor, it is a statutory process determined by the Planning and Environment Act.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councillor.
Just to confirm that Councillor McKern mentioned that this would be moving through to the next term for a decision. I just want to confirm if that was the case, because I thought this possibly would be coming back this term.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we've anticipated or requested a date be set aside in late July for a panel hearing. Now then it's probably a 4-month period after that, so it's going to be a close run thing, if I can put it that way. I would suspect that it's probably a new council.
Thank you. Further questions? Further comment? No other.
I have a comment.
Councillor De Morelis.
Thank you. So yeah, this is a big amendment. Firstly, hats off to the officers and Councillor Castaldo. I know you guys did a lot of work on this for the last 4 years. This has been ongoing, and myself as well. There's always a concern when it's a state requirement to have a growth zone, which is what's happened around the hospital. It is suggested by the state, we want to invest in this, change the planning permits so that we can invest heavily. We want apartments, we want a high growth zone. It is a train station within 1 kilometre. Please make sure, this. Now, council's obviously going to come through and obviously try and put in those requirements where we can. The one interesting thing that came out of this was that there's a lot of areas that we thought were going to be getting an increase, but in fact there already was a height limit there, which continues to be the same. I believe it was 11 metres off the top of my head in the GRZ5 zones. The rationale to push back on the ACZ2 zones, especially to Thames Street in Heidelberg Heights, knowing that area quite well, is quite low. It is 2-storey. There are no 3 stories other than what's on Bell Street. That's in the document. But I am concerned with regards to a blanket height requirement through especially those residential areas, because it becomes more of a question of one developer pushing through and maybe getting a 3-storey, 11-metre apartment in a specific street which maybe doesn't cater for it. But from a state side of things, that can be pushed through at a VCAT hearing. This is obviously our attempt to try and minimise that as much as possible. But obviously going through with all these submissions, we've seen a lot of queries, a lot of questions come up. A lot of them have been taken into account, so hats off to the officers again on that. But looking forward to the next step at the planning submissions, and hopefully the outcome can be even more positive for the residents in that area with the Minister. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comment? I'll just make a few comments here. I'd like to thank all the submitters for their hard work. They certainly put a lot of effort into it. But this is a statutory process, but I'm very appreciative of people taking the time to do this. It's, and I'm showing Michelle to compare Heidelberg to Box Hill. I think we need to go for a ride and have a look at what's happened over there. I think this council, over a long period of time, has done what its best it can to preserve the neighbourhood character, the amenity and the... No, we do appreciate the input you provide, and it certainly makes sure that we are right on top of our game, and that these changes are taken on board, and I think that will come out in the final report. So thank you for your input. Now, right reply, Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, look, it's easy to come here and grandstand for the audience. That's the last thing I want to do. Council work is serious business. We've got to take on consideration of all the spectrum of information, pressures and statutory controls that govern us. And we do take consultation very seriously. Consultation doesn't mean we just listen to what everyone says and just write that in, because it's contradicting each other a lot of the times. We've got to take it on board. It's hard to incorporate everyone's views in a way that will make everyone happy. It's not going to happen. And in a place where there's intense development and variation, we always find that there's increased challenges to keep well, we have a number of people that are unhappy with change. But I believe that the significant work and the steps guided by heavy community consultation over this journey have taken us to the best possible outcome given the constraints that we have. So I'm very confident that the consultation, like the amendment, that goes some way to addressing it, but we've got to do things appropriately and the right way. And I'm committed to that, and I've been committed to that on this whole journey. And if everyone read the papers, they'd know that council officers are taking on community information throughout this process. So I thank everyone for their participation. You're not going to get what you want always, but we've worked very hard to get to where we are on this, and I'm grateful for community and officers' participation in that.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried. That concludes. What happened to 7.1? Oh. Where is it? Oh. Sorry, everybody. I did juggle the wrong piece of paper. So we'll move on to 7.1, community infrastructure and access, collaboration opportunity in public schools. There are no speakers. I'll look for someone to move a motion. Move Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Mitsonikos. Comment?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Really good report, and very grateful that it's been written up and put forward by officers. I think it responded to a notice of motion, calling just for a review of opportunities in what we can do in partnership with the public schools. The idea would be that we work with state government around funding opportunities and to create win-wins. But the officers have identified opportunities there around Viewbank College, Banyule Theatre, McLeod College. So there's two. There's a big soccer oval there, and a football oval, no pavilion. Viewbank College, indoor multi-courts, an artificial turf oval, and then Bundoora Secondary to look at their playing surfaces and running track. I think it's really important that as a council we work with state government around looking at opportunities to service the majority of our students in our city. And I'm really excited about what's been put forward and the opportunity to partner and to work together with our schools. We've already had some really big success with Bundoora Secondary College, and on that front as well, just probably to acknowledge Councillor McKern and what you've done with, which you might talk to actually, just around the food opportunity there, urban food, and the 200,000 in funding. So we're doing some good work with our schools, and yeah, I'm really proud of this report and very happy to be moving it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. This was a notice of motion put through from Councillor Garotti, which is it's a very important item. I've noted in the report that Viewbank College features here with both Banyule Theatre and also with the multi-use courts, and obviously McLeod College and Bundoora College. But from Banyule Theatre side of things, which is not in my zone, but it's yeah. It's a great example of a local centre that would benefit from revitalisation and then provide the community with an amazing space to use. Back in 2022, I met with the principal at Viewbank College, with the then Mayor, Councillor Neely, and also the CEO, to work out how we could get the theatre back up and running to be used as a youth space, because it's currently not fit for purpose. Does need some work to get it ready, but it is a great space. And Viewbank College also has a need for multi-purpose courts because they've got lots of kids there, and obviously, you know, got to keep them active. But also the community could also use those courts on weekends because, as we know, basketball has, junior basketball has taken off. And kids, you know, they've got to go somewhere. And as three of my kids were playing basketball and we were travelling everywhere because there's just not enough local courts. So this gives the opportunity for parents to stay a bit more local as well. Yeah, there's plenty of collaboration as well between council and schools, and currently we provide 21 schools with regular access to 30 ovals. I know that Viewbank Primary, where my kids went, uses Price Park, and there's obviously other schools that use other services locally. So, yeah, this is a good report. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment, Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd also like to thank Councillor Garotti for raising this opportunity for increasing community access to infrastructure in public schools. This is what I think we need more of, not less of, how we can actually utilise infrastructure of schools for greater community benefit. As Councillor Garotti mentioned, we recently adopted an urban food strategy, a first for the City of Banyule, and I'm very proud to have led that initiative. Now we have the exciting task of implementing it, and we have a few people, I think, here in the gallery who are involved in that working group. Thanks to the adoption of that strategy, Council was able to play a significant role in facilitating a $200,000 state government grant being transferred from potential implementation in the Shire of Nillumbik to here in the City of Banyule. Because the Shire of Nillumbik, their councillors voted it down. They didn't want to establish an urban farm, and so Local Food Connect, who'd been instrumental as a community group in obtaining the grant, found themselves in a real conundrum. What to do with the $200,000 state government community grant for the purpose of establishing an urban food farm. So I was contacted by their president, and thanks to having this strategy in place and having the support of Acting Director Joe Wilson of Community Wellbeing, we were able to facilitate that grant being transferred to Bundoora Secondary College. That is a really exciting initiative, and I think we should all, as a community, as a councillor group and an officer group, be proud of one of the significant charters, if you like, of council, and that is to act as facilitator and conduit between community groups for the benefit of everyone.
Thank you. Further comment, Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this initiative is pretty important. There's a couple of runs already on the board of us seeing it working. Firstly, with the North East Link project, there have been sporting clubs that have been relocated, and state government has redeveloped Binnack Park, also redeveloped Greensborough Secondary College. So it's a collaboration between schools, public, private and other. Tonight we heard and we were discussing Ivanhoe Grammar as a partner as well. So we have these on record now. So going forward, when we look at other colleges, other school organisations, it becomes a bit of a... it's not a new thing that we have done. So these types of projects, if there is history of 1, 2 or 3 of them, then organisations can really get behind council, draw in state government as well, federal government possibly too, for the betterment of the community. So it doesn't then load the tax dollar, the rate dollar as much. So we pay our taxes to the state government and the federal government. If at all possible, we as elected representatives on the local council should be protecting the rate dollar as much as we possibly can and not put it towards things that tax dollars should be spent on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Further comment? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I think this is a really important report. It troubles me greatly when I drive past a school that's all closed up, beautiful ovals, and no one's allowed on it. We've got private schools, religious schools and public schools that have wonderful assets that aren't being used when it's not school hours. It's wrong, I believe. And I think an earlier agenda item tonight went in a way to develop good relationships with other asset owners in Banyule. And when you have good relationships, we can put infrastructure to better use. And I thank Councillor Garotti on this. Moving this forward, there's a lot of schools with wonderful assets that we just need to enable the broader community to have access to and reduce the cost of delivery, because when you put multiple things and everyone owns them and we don't get the chance to use them all, that's a dreadful thing. And there's a couple of schools in Banyule that have locked our community out, and I'm really, that upsets me greatly. So this is a very good and commendable recommendation. I look forward to both this and then the next stage, which is going to go after every other school that's out there.
Thank you. A further comment? I'll just say a few things. I think the Viewbank College, it's disappointing the Banyule Theatre's been sitting there and deteriorating at a rapid pace when this council has made several approaches to the school and state to actually resolve that issue and get it back into community hands. And McLeod College is a logical partner in this when you think it's over 20 years since we went into partnership with them to build Nets Stadium, and that's been a huge success and extended as well. So we have done this before and I don't see why we shouldn't do it again. And the other two are very... Viewbank College, there certainly is a need for more courts in that part of the city. And Bundoora Secondary College, we're working with them right now on the urban farm, and to expand that out, I think would be a great thing. So this is just the start. This is not the finish of this working with schools. And once we get more schools on board and get more runs on the board, I'm sure other schools will want to join us. And let's face it, we all work for the same community, and schools shouldn't be locked away during the weekends and after school hours. So fully support this tonight and hope we can push it even further. So right reply, Councillor Grotti, I'll put that. All those in favour? That is carried. And we'll move right on to general business. Councillors with an item of general business. Councillor McKern, you have 3 items. Oh. We start at the best one then, do we, Councillor Neely? Councillor Neely, you have an item about MAV State Council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. So the MAV State Council meeting took place at the Melbourne Town Hall on Friday the 17th of May, as the picture is evidence of that. And just for those of you that don't know what the MAV does, the MAV is a legislated peak body for councils. It's about promoting local government, and also it's about building the capacity of councils. Councillor Malikan, the Mayor, and the Manager of Governance, Kristen, attended to represent Council, and we had a seat at the table voting for action on key issues like social housing, infrastructure, and a big one that came up from different councils was financial sustainability. The revitalised MAV strategic plan was also launched by the MAV CEO, Kelly Grigsby, and copies were brought back to Banyule for councillors to review or to review online. The President presented a report including the annual financial report, and there was a welcome address by the City of Melbourne Lord Mayor Sally Capp, who had a presentation about the reflections of her term and the important role that councillors across the state play in a livable and connected community, you know, being very close to the community. So 82 motions were presented and to the MAV for deliberation, which came to Council at the last Council meeting for consideration and vote. And of those 82 motions, 3 were lost. Just listening to all the different concerns that other councils have, it's good to know that as a council we're not alone. We have similar issues with other councils. There is a lot of crossover. However, listening to particularly rural councils and their infrastructure inadequacies that they face, it highlights to me how well placed Banyule is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McKern, you have 3 items.
I'll just be speaking to one of them because I believe there'll be others speaking to the various others, such as Councillor Champion. I want to just acknowledge that I attended the opening of Chelsworth Park Tennis Club and its recent renovations. For those of you who know Chelsworth Park Tennis Club, it has undergone a complete facelift thanks to council funding, and this is part of implementation of the adopted Ivanhoe Sports Precinct Plan. So we now have new tennis court surfacing, fences and new lights there for the 4 courts, and there was a lot of work done to address the drainage, all up to the tune of over $600,000 of council funding. So what we're going to see in the future, which isn't or perhaps has just recently been established, is Booker Court. One of the things that the community have said they want from the tennis courts, including the Ivanhoe Grammar tennis courts, is more community access. So my understanding is that all 7 courts, 3 that are owned or run by the Ivanhoe Grammar School and 4 by Chelsworth Park Tennis Club, will be available for community use through the Booker Court system. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Champion, you had an item?
I do, thank you, Mayor. I actually have 2 items. One is last Friday evening, the 17th of May, in recognition of Ida Hobbit Day, the Mayor and I launched the We Are exhibition in Loft 275 at Ilch. We were joined by Councillors Peter Castaldo and Alida McKern and our CEO Alison Beckwith, along with a variety of officers. Now this exhibition is predominantly photographic, and it showcases the little idiosyncrasies which make up each of us as a human being. Things like ear wiggling and making balloon animals and cat adoring and lovers of cooking and eating, which cover most of us, really, all human beings. We heard from some of our Ida Hobbit leaders who powerfully and vulnerably shared their personal stories of angst, discrimination, disappointment, discovery and learnings, acceptance, relief, education and responsibility. And what I got from their speakings and their sharings is that their lives are actually healthier for being on this journey, which in turn allows for contribution to others. Others being their immediate networks, like their family, friends, to the wider community. those people they lead and represent, as they did on Friday evening. So many thanks as always to our officers for their work, significant amount of work in the gender diversity space, and for making this annual event possible, one which continues to grow vibrantly every year. This exhibition, the We Are exhibition, is open until the 16th of June and is free for all to experience regardless of your gender. One other event, the Montmorency Bowling Club redevelopment. The club rooms were renovated and extended over a significant amount of time, and we finally opened those on Thursday the 9th of May. So on the evening, the Mayor, the CEO, we have various officers attending, including our Sport Recreation Infrastructure Coordinator, who have been involved with this project for over 10 years. The member for Eltham, Vicky Ward, MP, was present as well, along with Councillor Elizabeth Neely. So this was actually a joint project between state and local governments for the benefit of a large and growing community. So thank you. We want to thank the Montmorency Bowling Club leaders for continually being in communication and collaboration with both council officers, council leaders, including myself, also in communication with Vicky Ward, and more importantly for their patience. This journey for them, like I said, has been over 10 years. That's actually longer than the Chelsworth Park Heads of Agreement proposed lease that we finalised this evening. So the club has a bigger social room which actually overlooks the greens. There is more office and administration space. There are bigger modern commercial kitchen and bar, north-facing deck, beautiful modern fit-for-purpose bathrooms as well. The club are so excited that this has finally come to fruition, and they're looking forward to their pennant season starting in September and sharing that with all the other clubs. And I might be overstepping the mark, I hope I'm not, but I think it's available for room hire. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful evening. I'd also say the iHobbit evening was very special. It's amazing the stories people have and just how being more accepting as humans, how we help people and make a better place. So it was a great evening. But I have one item of business.
Do I get my item, or no? Do I just get cut? That's all right. I'll just jump in. Thanks, Mayor. Is that okay? Yeah. This is we managed to go down to Barwon and Beak for the partnership between Metro Trains and the Indigenous community down there. It was the first time that they've had some sort of partnership outside of Banyule, which is pretty amazing. We met the CEO from Metro Trains, came down as well, and it was to celebrate the partnership in supporting the delivery of programs that are needed by the First Nations people. So it's commendable by Metro Trains and Banyule as well, and the Indigenous people down there. So thank you. And one more, just quickly, sorry. This one's for you, Mayor. We got the privilege to go and inspect the bike paths with the Mayor. And it was actually, thank you to Joe, Tristan and a couple of directors that came out. It was a good experience. We got to go around and actually see the bike paths and the state of them. There's some significant investment actually happening in some of the bike paths, especially the Plenty Path, the Plenty River Path, which is the next one to be upgraded, but also to see what's missing in the bike link and some of the dangerous parts, especially underneath Banksia Street Bridge. I don't know if anyone's ever done that, but good luck to you. Yeah, it's a bit dangerous, but it definitely shows that the significance of bike paths and the connections between Banyule and the rest of the suburbs. So thank you for that, organising that, Mayor.
If I'd have known you were going to say that, would let you speak further. Thank you for that. So my item is the 3 candidateship information. As you know, there's an election at the end of this year. The Victorian Local Government Association is running a program of events in the lead up to the 24 local elections to support those running for council. here for those with extended experience in local government and discover more about representing your community. First session will be held on the 17th of May, Friday, online. The second session will be Friday the 24th, 12 to 1:30. The session is tailored for women to hear about what it's about being a councillor through a gendered lens. It includes key issues such as gender-based bias towards barriers to standing for council, as well as the importance of self-care and balancing care and working responsibility. And as we also heard on Friday at the MAV, they talked about their standing for council candidates information session. In partnership with Victorian Councils, the MAV is delivering a number of information centres in the community for the community and prospective candidates. These sessions can be either attended online or in person. By attending these, you'll be provided with information about local governments and the important roles that council plays in local communities, the role and responsibilities of councils, mayors, deputy mayors and CEOs, election process and the candidates' requirements. These, when newly elected councils can expect, if they are elected, councillor training and development opportunities. That's dated the 18th of July. The location is Hume City Council in Broadmeadows. Our CEO will join a list of other CEOs and other members on the panel discussion about what it's like to be a councillor, expected hours, operation, attendance requirements and much more. Registrations are required. If you have a look at the MAV website, and it'll also be promoted in Council's May banner. These sessions will be held at various metropolitan and non-metropolitan locations across Victoria, and interested participants able to register to attend one or more, including outside Banyule. To support or encourage a wide range of diverse candidates, the MAV will also provide and hosting a number of additional sessions for women, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, people with disabilities, youth, cultural and linguistically diverse, and LGBTIQA plus community. So encourage you, if you're interested to run the council, you can even talk to your local councillor, but I'd also encourage you to attend these because they are very well worthwhile attending if you're thinking about running for council. So with that, if there's no more general items of business, we'll move into the public questions. The first one is from Shay Robbins. I don't think they're here tonight, but a very good question and a great response. And Julian, thank you for your response. I'm sure you'll chase it up with Shay and got a good outcome there. Second question is from Linda Kennedy, and Linda is here tonight. Welcome, Linda. Can you please read out your question? Thank you.
Here we go. The topic is the public order review, cats and dogs in public places. So recently the survey closed, obviously you'd know, on Sunday. The survey, attached to the survey was a discussion paper. The discussion paper was developed from, my understanding is, developed from a previous survey that was done in November, December 2022. So I looked at the 2022 survey and I looked at the discussion paper and I had a bit of a question. So the discussion paper that is attached to the current survey states 88% of respondents to the 2022 survey believe that dogs should be controlled in public places and should be on lead. So two elements. But that statement doesn't correlate with the question in the 2022 survey, which asks only, should dogs be controlled in public places? So one might expect that the answer to that question would be fairly high proportion of respondents to agree with that, because having dogs out of control in public places would presumably be undesirable to most people. But the only question in the 2022 survey about dogs being on lead was put to the community as follows. Should dogs be allowed off lead in all parks? So that's parks, not public places, as stated in the discussion paper. There's no question in the 2022 survey that asks, should dogs be on lead in public spaces? So my question is, given that there's no direct question in that 2022 survey that asks the community about this, where does the 88% figure come from for the second part of the statement about dogs being on lead in public places in the discussion paper?
Thank you. Julian, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The response is the discussion paper was informed from the feedback received from the community commentary in the discussion paper that refers to 88%, relates to the question, should dogs be controlled in public places? Reference to control in this question inferred the use of a lead.
Am I allowed to respond?
No, we'll have a discussion later on.
Okay.
Thanks, Linda. Our next question is from Julian Hart from Julian, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Surprise, surprise, it's about dogs too. So now that the community consultation on the public order review on animal management is complete, will there be a separate opportunity for the council to work collaboratively with Banyule dog owners to improve conditions in the council area for dogs to have suitable facilities to be exercised safely and responsibly? We understand that the public order review doesn't cover items like better waste management or extra lighting or improved communications with those sharing our green spaces. But as a deeply community-spirited collective group, we feel strongly that we can work with council to come up with solutions that benefit all residents, dog owners and non-dog owners alike.
Thank you. There is an officer response, but it's not sure who made that response. Julian, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As part of the review of Council's domestic animal management plan that will be undertaken in 2025, engagement with the community, including our dog-owning community, will be undertaken to assist in developing a plan for the following 4 years to promote the health and wellbeing of our pets, as well as to promote responsible pet ownership in our open spaces.
Thank you very much. And our next question, Melissa Murphy-Webster. Melissa, you're up the back. Welcome.
Can't wait for my non-answer. Okay, it's not about dogs. Also, Joseph, so nice for you to be coming back to Banyule. I was thrilled when I heard that. Bearing in mind the cost of living crisis, and solar battery costs are prohibitive for most households at the moment and will be for some time. After all the effort and money spent to convince residents that going electric and solar is the best thing to do financially and environmentally, what is council going to do to protect those same people following that advice from the added costs resulting from having solar panel feed-in charges? The sun tax that electric companies have been given the green light to charge rooftop solar owners for exporting will mean that households with PVs and no battery can be charged for feed-in during peak times, and the benefits for feed-in is now likely to be restricted between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m, where there is less sunlight to capture, and that's assuming it's a sunny day to begin with. Thank you.
Julian, you're up again.
Thank you. As part of our residential energy efficiency campaign, Council would provide clear information about financial savings, payback periods and benefits of installing solar. The sun tax came into effect in July 2020, or can come into effect July 2025, and there has been no indication from Gemina or AusNet about it at this stage. Effectively, what the regulator has allowed is a charge for importing solar when it is not required by the grid. Payments would still be available when solar is required by the grid. A resident installing solar without batteries can still expect to save more than $1,000 per annum. A simple way to avoid the tax, if you want to call it that, is to program devices to operate or have a solar inverter that stops exports during the charge period.
Thank you. Our next question is from Susan Bell. Is Susan here? She's not. That question and response will be included in the minutes. Mary, I know Mary's here. Welcome, Mary. You have a question?
Thank you, and
It's been a long night, and thank you for all your attention right now. I know it must be hard. Okay, again, I'm talking on behalf of the Dog People of Banyule Network. On dogs and cats, obviously, dogs in particular. My question is, social connection, community wellbeing and the sustained activities that promote these things are all important elements of Banyule's proudly adopted social policies, including the Resilient and Safe Framework, Inclusive Banyule Framework and Ageing Well Framework. Many people in the Banyule community, including those whose concerns are the focus of these frameworks, take their dogs to parks and ovals, not only for quality exercise, but crucially for social connection with other dog people. These connections are deeply important, if not central, to our social lives. In undertaking the current dogs and cats in public places public order review, has Council assessed the importance of this activity in enhancing social cohesion and reducing marginalisation and isolation within the Banyule community? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Julian, you again.
Thank you. Council recognises the importance of our pets, including the part they play in enhancing the health and wellbeing of our community. Inclusiveness and wellbeing will be important considerations in the recommendations presented to Council concerning the public order.
Thank you. And the next question is from Alicia Curry. Welcome again, Alicia.
Already on. Also, Mayor, may I ask a request? The last question, I believe, is from Lauren Saunders. She's a young mum. She had to go home. Would you please read her question out on her behalf? It's very late tonight. It's too late for young mums to be out, so I'll put in that request on her behalf. And I'll ask my question. And I want to keep in mind my question is asked taking into consideration with the number of dog conversations going on, because Council has other options. So my question is, as Council states that public open space has a key guiding principle of community health and wellbeing, will Council ensure that where the levy, which is the open space contribution levy, applied to developments instead of provision of open space, will not only provide infrastructure and upgrades, but will be used to acquire new green open spaces in areas where significant population increase will put more pressure on the existing green spaces, which already has acknowledged gaps?
Julian, do you want to respond again?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Developer cash contributions for the provision of open space are collected by Council at the time a developer subdivides land. These funds are held in an open space reserve by Council and utilised for the upgrade of existing open space and the provision of new open space. The allocation of the open space reserve is informed by adopted strategies of Council, including the open space strategy, and can and does include the purchase of additional land to redress identified deficiencies of open space, improvements to access and improvements to the amenity of existing open space.
Thank you. Doesn't seem to be in line with the amount of open space from a question Rowan asked that hasn't changed in about 15 years.
I think we'll need to move on. Thank you, Alicia. We will read out Lauren's question as she was here earlier, noting the request.
Point of order, Mayor. If we're to read one, should we not read all?
They are all being read out.
Okay.
Noting the request for an additional $150,000 for the unforeseen repair costs, which would have been readily discovered if an appropriate building inspection was completed. Did the Council obtain a building inspection prior to the purchase of 7 Wellington Street, Montmorency? Julian, one more, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The purchase of 7, I've forgotten the name, I'm sorry. The purchase of that particular property, Council purchased 7 Wellington Street, Montmorency in April 2023. At the time of the purchase of the property, it was inspected for its suitability to continue to be used as a dwelling, and it was identified only minor maintenance works would be required for that use to continue. The capital funding for works at the property that were considered by Council this evening are to repurpose the existing dwelling on the land into a community centre, which has necessitated additional works that would not have been required should it have remained as a dwelling.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the meeting at 11:06. The next non-confidential meeting will be on the 3rd of June. Thank you for your input and thank you for staying to the end. It was very much appreciated.